Hello, good evening, Koa workers. Hello, Q. I hope you are having a good day or good night, wherever you are. It's been a pretty long day for me so far, actually a long week. Been really sleepy this week, but good night. We are going to continue playing Phantom of the Twilight, because I am determined to get Charlie's ending, so that is the aim. We will get Charlie. That is the goal of this. That's mine. So let's go back and see where it was. I think I just started chapter 4 last time we left off, so I believe we may have a couple of chapters left to go, and hopefully we're on the right path to get Charlie's end. But that is the goal for tonight. And then we'll see about the other guys. I don't know. I mean, Charlie, I'm just biased for Charlie, but I don't know if you guys have any specific guy that you would be interested in if you play this game as well, or you'd like to see maybe. Load. Save file. Clear, warm morning under blue skies, which was rare to see in London. Nothing like foggy London, eh? I've actually never been to London myself, so is it actually really foggy all the time over there? I heard it rains a lot in the UK. I came to King's College and it was bustling with enthusiastic students. Well, it's unfortunate that Harvey was absent for a few days. I wanted to meet him earlier. But yeah, because we went to the college to meet with Harvey and then basically just attended one of his classes. And I guess now he's just kind of like disappeared for a bit. On the first day I looked around assuming that he was on campus, only to later hear that his lecture was cancelled that day. Everyone was surprised and wondered if he had fallen ill, as Harvey had never skipped a lecture ever since he became a professor, but now that we're here, he has every reason to. On my second visit, I went straight to his office, but he wasn't there as he had no lectures to teach that day. After several fumbles, I checked multiple times that he had a lecture today, with the strongest determination to meet him. He should still be here. His lecture ended and he went back into his office. I didn't think it has been too long since I last saw him, but I was feeling slightly tense. I took a deep breath and carefully knocked on the office door. Harvey, it's me, Lucille. I couldn't hear anything from the inside. Is there no one inside? Did I miss him again? After a brief moment of waiting, I decided to knock one more time. Harvey, are you in there? Or are you just ignoring me? I waited for a response, but I still heard nothing. Hopefully he's still alive. For a final check, I carefully turned the doorknob to Harvey's office. It's open. Perhaps he is out for a moment. He might come back soon. I should just wait inside. I quietly walked into Harvey's office. The first thing I saw inside were the countless books and stacks of paper that were covering up on one side of the wall. And on the sofa that was lit by the sunlight shining down from the window was Harvey, fast asleep. Oh, he's just passed out. But he shouldn't take naps with his door unlocked. Yeah, breaking and entering. Dude, you need to learn how to lock your doors. Just because you're a professor on campus doesn't mean that you're safe from all sorts of people, such as myself. I almost called him out loud. I shouldn't wake him up while he's sleeping, because we did kind of just trespassed into his office. I searched for a decent place to wait for him, and stepped toward the sofa on the other side when... His head was bobbing a little and soon leaned to the side. I'm worried he might fall down. Would it be okay to support him there? I tried my best to keep quiet as I approached the sofa and sat next to him. He seemed to be deep in slumber. I thought I had made a lot of noise, but he still managed to stay asleep. Just intruding. Long after, his head finally dropped, but my shoulder was there to support it. All according to plan. That startled me. Similar to Charlie, I couldn't feel an ounce of human warmth from him, no matter how close I was. I grew slightly nervous because I couldn't even hear Harvey breathe. For all I knew, he could have been dead, not asleep. Imagine that was the case. Like, oh, he's just taking a nice nap. And then the nervousness changed to anxiety. I was anxious that Harvey might notice how my heart started pounding after his head hit my shoulder. Stay still until he wakes up or try waking Harvey up. It'd be kind of awkward if like he just like woke up and like we were just literally right there. Yeah, so maybe we should try waking him up so we don't look as creepy. I can't do this anymore. I tried to regain my composure and then gently shook Harvey's shoulder. Harvey, are you alright? However, he did not wake up. He merely furrowed his eyebrows. I should leave him be until he wakes up. I'm getting sleepy sitting still like this too. Only the ticking sound of the clock, presumably on the office wall somewhere, was echoing through the otherwise silent room. Does Harvey take naps in his office often? Like why? Like he just... Good nap on the sofa? One would normally be on edge when sleeping on the sofa in an uncomfortable position. Perhaps he was exhausted from a busy schedule during the time we hadn't met. Are you awake? I was absentmindedly passing the time when I heard Harvey's quiet groan coming from near my neck.
아가씨, 당신이 왜 여기에? 그보다 나는 왜...
Settle down, nothing happened. We just broke into your office, but it was unlocked, so it's all good. I came to your office to see you, but you were fast asleep. I didn't want to wake you, so I decided to wait.
그게 문제가 아니라... 이게 아니지. 미안해요. 어깨 아프진 않아요? 얼마나 이러고 있었던 거죠?
Quite alright. You weren't resting your head on me for that long.
다행이네요.
As I had expected, he became flustered upon waking up, and seeing that helped me feel more calm. You must have been very fatigued. Since Charlie doesn't sleep, I never knew vampires could sleep at all. Wait, Charlie doesn't sleep, so what does he do in his room all night? Does he just kind of lie down on his bed and stare at his ceiling? Count the tiles on the roof?
난 오랫동안 사람의 피를 마시지 않았으니까요. 어떤 방법으로든 에너지를 회복하지 않으면 살아갈 수 없는 거겠죠.
I see. Why did Harvey choose not to drink people's blood? It was a question that was stuck in my head ever since I heard about him from Charlie. However, I once again chose not to ask.
그나저나 오늘은 또 무슨 일로 온 거죠?
Well, I explained in detail how I tried to lure the vampire based on the imagery Harvey read from Mary's belongings. How we ran into the robbers who took Mary's belongings in the first place. And how Charlie got arrested for unintentionally killing all the robbers. Okay, Charlie didn't really unintentionally kill. He was like downright like about to tear them limb to limb. Like, but sure, he unintentionally killed them. We'll leave it at that.
그런 일이 있었군요.
To be clear, that plan was a failure. Aaron still has his suspicions about Charlie, so it'll be difficult for us to get around like before. I thought maybe I could give up and wait until I hear from the police, but I couldn't do that. This is Mary we're talking about. I was hoping there was something more I could do, so I came to see you again, desperate for some kind of lead.
정말 당신은 무모하기 짝이 없네요.
Aaron said something similar too.
찰리가 항상 옆에 있었을 테니 그랬겠지만 그러다 정말로 심하게 다칠 수도 있어요.
Right, I aim to be more careful. I could tell he noticed my arm and realized I had been injured. Yeah, that's why those robbers needed to die. So, can you help me just one more time?
아가씨, 그건
You're the only one I can count on now, Harvey. If not for me, then for Mary, for all of the innocents who have been unjustly murdered. I know it's a difficult task, but please, could you give me one more clue? Harvey looked at me with a heavy-hearted expression, took a deep breath, and then nodded.
이미 당신에게 한 번 도움을 줬으면서 이제 와서 모른 척하는 것도 도리는 아닐 것 같네요.
I knew you'd come through. Thank you.
사실은 이렇게까지 하기는 싫었지만 이번에는 제대로 된 방식으로 접근해보죠.
Properly?
당신의 피를 줘요.
Oh, some of my blood. Okay. That's fine, but I didn't bring anything that you can read from.
물건에 깃든 기억은 아주 단편적이고 또 수명이 짧아서 의미 있는 힌트를 찾아내기 어려워요.
Then what should we do?
메리의 사건 현장으로 갈 거예요.
Oh, alright. Pardon? I was the one who pleaded for his help, but I couldn't accept his next words with glee. Using his ability at the scene of the crime meant that he might see the actual act happen. Nothing like some trauma, but I guess he may be a professor of psychology, but that doesn't really mean that he's got, you know, a necessarily strong enough mentality to endure witnessing a murder. He already struggles while reading the memory from Mary's handkerchief. I'm worried that the memory would traumatize Harvey. Wouldn't that memory be too cruel for you to see?
이제 와서 그걸 걱정하는 건가요?
I mean, you kind of forced him to help us the first time.
물론 사건 현장에는 잔혹하고 짙은 기억이 묻어있겠죠. 하지만 깊은 사념이 깃든 물건이 장소보다 더 무서운 곳을 보여줄 때도 있어요. 능력을 쓰는 순간 나는 그게 어떤 것이든지 무조건 눈앞에서 겪어야만 하죠.
Oof. Yeah, time to experience someone else's trauma. That's reassuring. Real reassuring. Vampires know cold-blooded reptiles.
이걸 피하고 싶다면 아예 사람의 피를 마시지 말아야 해요. 처음부터 그 방법을 막아버리는 게 최선일 테니까요.
Right, so he probably gets some of those memories just drinking blood. Harvey spoke in a detached tone, and I was left with a heavy heart. Is this the right thing to do? Tell Harvey, drink your blood, or check again if Harvey is truly okay with it. We kind of pushed him into this, so just in case, you know. Are you truly alright with this? Are you really okay?
자꾸 물어보지 말아요.
Okay, he's not okay. That does not sound like an answer like he's okay.
그럼 나도 물어보고 싶은데 만약 내가 괜찮지 않다고 하면 여기서 그만둘 수 있어요? 다시는 찾아오지 않을 건가요?
Ooh, I had nothing to say to Harvey's question.
그러니 어설프게 걱정하지 않아도 돼요. 하겠다고 약속한 이상 최선을 다할 테니까.
Similar to when Harvey first took my blood, I felt a slight sting on my wrist.
이제야 내가 무서워졌나요?
It's not that. I just unconsciously.
걱정할 거 없어요. 말은 이렇게 했지만 피를 더 마신다고 해서 괴로운 감정이 사라지는 건 아니니까요. 그 능력에 대한 대가는 온전히 내가 감당해야 하는 것이지 쉽사리 무언가로 대체할 수 없어요.
Harvey, seemingly dizzy, closed his eyes and breathed slowly. He soon wiped his lips and stood up.
그럼 일단 가볼까요?
There are a lot of people out on the streets. Nothing like being back in the good old alleyway.
지금 시간에는 어쩔 수 없죠.
It was close to supper time, and Laker Street was bustling with people returning home and people making their way to dinner. Harvey was striding along the edge of the sidewalk to avoid bumping into the crowd. It seems that we chose the wrong time to come here. We should have waited until later in the evening.
피를 이미 마셔버렸으니 어쩔 수 없었어요. 불완전한 능력이지만 어떻게든 끌어내보려면 아무래도 마신 직후가 가장 수월할 테니까요. 지금도 조절이 어려워서 사람들과 부딪힐 때마다 의도치 않게 기억을 읽어버릴 정도지만요.
Was it always like this?
그건 아니에요. 갈증이 날 때마다 사람의 피를 마음껏 마시던 때에는 제 마음대로 능력을 쓸 수 있었어요. 지금은 어떻게 보면 부작용 같은 거죠. 젊을 때는 멀쩡한 얼굴로 마라톤을 뛸 수 있던 사람이 나이가 들어서 그때와 같은 거리의 마라톤을 뛰려고 하면 힘든 것처럼요.
Okay, he's too old to do this now. Your body can't handle it.
맞아요. 그러니 당신은 신경 쓰지 않아도 돼요. 생명체가 세월의 흐름에 영향을 받는 것은 아주 자연스러운 섭리니까요.
We found ourselves in front of the crime scene amidst conversation. I can remember what the scene looked like on the morning I heard the news.
형사들은 없지만 폴리스 라인이 쳐져 있어서 그런지 아직은 보존이 잘 되어 있네요.
I guess they gotta keep it there until they solve the case. I mean, man, they don't really protect it at all, right? It's just like anyone can just straight up walk up to it.
주변에 사람들도 없고요. 그나마 다행이라고 해야 할지.
Harvey, are you alright? I could see that Harvey's face became pale as soon as we crossed the police lines.
난 괜찮아요. 이 장소가 가지고 있는 기억이나 감정이 너무 강렬해서 굳이 능력을 쓰지 않아도 새어나올 정도라 영향을 받은 것뿐이에요.
Did you see something? Tell me, Harvey.
아니요. 그냥 온통 컴컴한 어둠만 있어요. 다만 수많은 감정이 요동치고 있는 게 느껴지네요. 기피를 할 수 없는 공포, 누군가를 향한 악의, 혹은 동정, 슬픔, 억울함, 안타까움, 그런 것들 전부요.
Harvey sat where Mary lied, put his hand on the ground and closed his eyes. Harvey.
괜찮아요. 정말 괜찮으니까 가까이 다가오지 말아줘요.
I could only watch from a distance, worried that influenced the memory he was trying to take in.
조금만 더. 어두워서 여전히 잘 보이지 않아요. 불빛이 조금만 있었더라면.
Silver blonde hair, which had always flowed with elegance, was slowly become drenched in his pain-riddled sweat. A couple drops of sweat fell to the faint blood-stained ground like rain.
드디어.
Is he witnessing the actual murder? Hearing Harvey mutter under his breath, I incautiously took one step forward.
저건 뭐지? 하지만 저런 건 발견된 적이 없는데.
What's he talking about? Did he find new evidence? I was overwhelmed by curiosity, but all I could do was stand still until Harvey opened his eyes. That can't really see what he's seeing, you know. Right after his mumbling, Harvey immediately stopped moving. I didn't want to disturb whatever process he had, so I waited a moment before talking to him. Harvey? Is it over? Harvey? Something was wrong. Harvey's head was hanging low and there was no response coming from him. A shiver of premonition ran down my spine and I was about to run toward him when I saw his still paralyzed body falling sideways. Harvey!
상태가 좋지 않군요.
Charlie, where have you been this whole time?
일단 저택으로 옮기죠, 아가씨.
Charlie's voice echoed through the cold alleyway as he caught Harvey before falling to the ground. Like, was he just like lurking right around the corner? Did we know he was there? I forget. Did he even follow us? Are you awake? Harvey was carried to the guest room bed and he slept like a dead man. Charlie didn't seem to be too concerned. He had said how it was due to Harvey's exertion and that a few nights of sleep will help him recover. However, I was the one who caused his exertion, so I couldn't rest easily. Special ability is to spy on Lucille. Honestly, I have no clue how he's following us. Like, does he merge in the shadows? Does he just kind of like creep behind like the corners of buildings? They never really explained it. So I just assume he's just with Lucille or the main character at all time. We just never see him, like a ghost. I took care of some paperwork after coming back to the mansion and checked on Harvey in the guest room whenever I had the time. Approximately 2 days had passed. I went to check on Harvey first thing in the morning, and he finally opened his eyes.
여긴 어디죠? 당신은 왜 여기에?
It's probably the second time he's like waking up and like we're right next to him.
그때 사건 현장에서 기억을 읽으려고 시도했던 것까지는 생각이 나는데.
You collapsed after that. I didn't know where you lived, so I brought you to my mansion.
그랬군요. 제가 어떻게 여기까지 온 거죠?
당연히 제가 데리고 온 겁니다.
Just like, Charlie just carry Harvey in his arms all the way home. Disoriented, Harvey scanned the room and frowned upon seeing Charlie by the door. He immediately shoved the covers aside and stood up.
의도치 않게 신세를 졌네요. 난 이만 가볼게요.
Wait! As expected, Harvey stumbled as soon as he took a step forward. Charlie, anticipating the outcome, was already next to him to hold him up. Harvey regained his balance with a startled expression and quickly shook off Charlie's hands as if shaking off a pest. He's really like, no, don't touch me.
당장 움직일 힘도 없을 텐데요. 다 죽어가던 뱀파이어가 혼신의 힘을 짜내서 능력을 썼으니 한순간에 상태가 무너질 만도 하죠.
당신이 상관할 바가 아니에요.
전 상관하고 싶지 않지만 안타깝게도 아가씨는 저와 뜻이 일치하지 않아서요.
Charlie's so funny sometimes where he's like, yeah, I literally didn't give a shit, but you know what, it would make my lady sad, so I guess I had to help you. Harvey, you need some rest. I know you have your qualms about Charlie, but I'd like you to stay here. If you need more blood to recover, you can drink mine.
그런 건 됐어요.
By his cold tone, he seemed to have realized that he needed to take it slowly. He sat down on the side of the bed. I was worried it'd be ill-mannered of me to ask so soon as he woke up, but I decided to make the most out of the momentary silence that occurred. Were you able to see anything when you used your ability at the scene?
그때
Harvey closed his eyes to remember that night, but soon opened them while shaking his head.
미안해요. 분명히 그때 뭔가를 발견했던 것 같은데 너무 많은 기억과 감정이 섞여 있어서 그런지 좀처럼 머릿속에서 그림이 명확해지지 않아요. 내가 본 게 정말로 도움이 되는 정보인지 아닌지조차도
Any clue helps.
지금은 알 수가 없어요. 정리되면 알려줄 수는 있을 것 같은데 그게 언제가 될지도 모르겠고요.
I see.
최선을 다해보겠지만 좋은 결과를 가져다 주지 못해서 미안해요.
I felt depressed watching Harvey apologize with a disappointed expression. It was true we had expected more from this, but it was my fault that he had fallen ill. Harvey, do you think you can walk?
당연하죠. 아까는 갑자기 일어나서 다리에 힘이 풀렸을 뿐이에요.
Okay, if you say so. Then would you accompany me for a little stroll?
외출이요? 아직 볼 일이 남은 건가요?
Well, in a way, yes. I wanted to do something for Harvey in return. I made him face horrible, cruel memories and emotions before, so this time I would create a joyful memory instead. It's like, yes, let's put Harvey through all this trauma and pain, and then he doesn't even remember what he saw. Like, feels bad. A few days had passed since I was on the main street, which was still bustling and vibrant.
이곳은 여전히 사람이 많네요. 여기서 뭘 할 생각이에요?
Well, I didn't have a specific plan. I guess we're just going on a mini date in a way.
그러면 왜 나온 거죠?
I just wanted to eat something nice, meet people, and chat about nothing and spend the day being unproductive.
뭐라고요?
Harvey looked utterly confused from my context-lacking declaration. Sometimes we just want to do nothing, you know? Just eat and relax. Aren't you tired of being cooped up in King's College? Don't you want to go apeshit? The campus looks beautiful, but I found it insufferable to be constantly surrounded by uptight nobles.
잠깐만요. 아가씨. 대체 무슨 말을 하고 싶은 거예요?
I'm suggesting that we relax and cool our heads. Perhaps by aimlessly wandering around, your memory might stabilize and you might recover. So let me introduce you to some things I like, and occasionally things I think you might like. Hence, I probably know more about this area than you. I made a confident grin. First,
여긴
we go to the cafe. This is Morris. Have you ever been here?
알고는 있었어요. 이 근방에서 유명한 가게니까요. 저와는 인연이 없어서 혼자 둘러본 적은 없지만요.
That makes sense. Since vampires only drink wine and probably don't drink dessert or black tea. I still look confused as to why he was brought here. So we can have afternoon tea.
아가씨, 어서 오세요.
Hey, it's Felix.
아가씨와 같이 오신 분은 혹시 킹스 칼리지의 하비 로스 교수님이신가요? 맞아요. 저를 어떻게 아시죠? 가끔 다른 교수님들과 함께 여기 오셨잖아요. 그분들은 여기 오래 다니신 단골이라 다 얼굴을 알고 있는데 항상 구석에 혼자 서 계셔서 누구신지 궁금했거든요.
I guess he only knows him.
그런 적이 몇 번 있었죠. 일일이 다 기억하고 있다니 대단하네요.
Maybe Felix knows everything. Maybe he has hiding secrets. Hi, Dragonheart. Good to see you tonight. We are playing Phantom of the Twilight, where it's full of ikemen. Every time I look at Felix, yeah, we have Felix, I guess he's the baker or the cafe worker, and then Harvey, who is a professor at King's College. And yes, we are in some old-timey London. Every time I look at Felix, I remember his name was Oscar. I mean, I can see that. You could be an Oscar. And we got names like Harvey, Charlie, Aaron, like Oscar, sure, right? Yeah, just pretty boys. All of them are pretty, to be honest. Even the detective guy, he's more like pretty than rugged, I would say.
뭘요? 이곳에 찾아오시는 손님들의 얼굴을 기억하는 건 당연히 제가 해야 할 일인걸요.
Felix, Harvey is the professor of psychology in King's College. His lectures are riveting and he's incredibly popular among students.
역시나 공부를 많이 하신 분이었군요.
Okay. Yeah, this is an Otome game, so we can actually date the boys. So of course they are all super pretty.
그러니까 저희 아가씨와 친하게 지내는 걸 테고요. 어쩐지 좀 부럽네요.
Is he jealous? Does Felix want to be close to us? We can make that happen, Felix. I'm just saying. You know, after we solve the murder, we can go for some cake and maybe some tea. What are you talking about? We're close too.
아가씨, 그렇게 말씀해 주시다니 항상 정말 다정하시군요.
So you've got nothing to be jealous of. Oh, by the way, do you have that wine today?
어떤 와인이요?
That sweet wine that goes well with cake. Wow, my girl, it's like daytime. Are you gonna start day drinking? I thought we were here for afternoon tea. I didn't realize we'd be starting to sip on some champagne. Oh, Otome games. I've been playing Otome games probably since I was 11. So I would say I'm quite a veteran in Otome games. I do remember the Reject series or I think it was like the Sengoku. I played Sengoku Love. I never played the vampire one, funny enough. And then whatever the really random ones there were the Voltage like game series. Like yeah, I remember Sengoku one, and then I probably played some other, but I don't remember the titles. To be honest, all the Voltage games, all the guys look really similar to me, so I have a hard time telling it apart. 11, girl, you are underage and teenager. Hey, maybe like, I was into older men.
아, 디저트 와인 말씀하시는 거군요.
Dessert wine. Dessert wine. Yeah. My first Otome game was Butler. Oh, first Otome game was a baby. Oh, that's. What's funny is that I would have actually gotten into Obey Me if I didn't get into Twisted Wonderland first. Because I like play a bunch of Otome games and I was looking for like the next one to play. So I was thinking of playing Obey Me, but then I saw Twist and I was like, ooh, what's Twisted Wonderland? And I downloaded Twisted Wonderland and that like sent me into like the void of Twisted Wonderland. So I never ended up playing Obey Me instead. You're still a child girl, you're not a teen until 13. I had 2 years. It was, I'm like, oh man, but I think I was, yeah, I played Otome games before they were even like super released in the West. I think, so I played like Harvest Moon first, like More Friends of Mineral Town, which was the closest thing to like kind of a dating aspect in a video game, like with farming sim. So Harvest Moon was like my gateway because you could like marry the bachelors. And then my first like official Otome game I got into was probably Hakuoki when it came out on PSP, because it was like one of the first console Otome games to be released in the West. So I played Hakuoki and this random PC game called Yojimbo, which no one seems to know about. But yeah, Hakuoki Yojimbo, like first ever like official console game I played.
안 그래도 오늘 독일에서 상인이 왔기에 몇 병 쟁여두었어요.
Oh, dating vampires. Nice. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't play a lot of vampire ones, ironically enough. I think it's because like I end up getting distracted with other ones. Oh, I guess I'm heading to the orphanage. I'll take loads of cookies and bread.
고아원?
An orphanage?
그건 상관없지만 지금요? 어떻게 들고 가시게요?
I'll carry it myself. I'm a big girl. I can carry cookies and bread to the orphans.
네? 아가씨가 직접요? 그럴 수는 없어요. 찰리는 어딨죠? 차라리 그가 들고 간다고 하면 맡기겠지만 아가씨가 직접 들게 할 수는 없다고요. 그럼 제가 들고 가죠.
I'm really fine.
펠릭스의 말에 동의해요. 와인 몇 병에 빵까지 챙기면 무게 갖게 될 텐데 그 많은 걸 백 작가의 영예에게 들고 가게 할 수는 없죠.
Okay, fine. I guess I'll have to let the handsome Ikemen carry my things for me.
이러면 괜찮겠죠? 네, 그럼 지금 꺼내올게요.
Felix took out 3 bottles of wine and an assortment of cookies and bread from storage and handed them over to Harvey.
이것도 그럼 같이 이번 달 납품에 달아둘게요.
Thank you. I'll see you again.
만나서 반가웠어요. 아가씨, 잠깐만요.
I was leaving the cafe satisfied when I heard Felix's voice and turned around.
저번에 드리려던 그 체리 푸딩 케이크요. 지금도 있는데 한 조각 드릴까요? 드셔보실래요?
Oh, cake? Cherry cake? I try to remember what he was talking about. I vaguely remember Felix offering some cherry pudding cake on the day I found out about Mary's murder. Yeah, it's the cake that leads you to a bad end because you spend too much time eating it. Oh, from that day. Right, it did look good. Should I ask for just one slice? I don't want to eat this cake because I feel like it would put me into another bad ending, but just in case, you know, just in case. Let's eat the cake and see if that's a bad end. I'll do that. Me and my friend co-play Ikemen Vampire. Interesting experience. I'm cringing at every character action, like perfumes to perfect. I try to remember the Ikemen series that I played. I definitely remember Ikemen like wherever Sengoku, where I like dated like Masamune, like Date Masamune. So I think, yeah, it's definitely Ikemen and Goku. And then I played like... I'm trying to forget the names of them. It was just like, it was like this fantasy one with like wands and stuff. Or mobile. I don't remember now. I gotta look how many Ikemen series are there now. Oh, they're Ikemen villains. I haven't played that. Huh. I think I played like whatever this like one Cinderella one, and then yeah, Ikemen Goku. I just remember being like, God, it took forever to get tickets. I'm like, I just want to read the next story now. Okay, let's ask for one slice and see if we die. No, just take one slice, please. I'll eat it with Harvey since we have the dessert line.
교수님이랑요?
I'm sorry, Felix. Did you want to eat with us? Is it a small slice? Will it be too little for two people?
아니요. 그렇지는 않아요. 지금 준비할게요.
Felix seems to hesitate for a moment, but soon boxed up the cake like nothing happened.
여기 있어요.
Thank you, Felix.
네. 아무쪼록 입에 잘 맞으시길 바라요.
With a skip of my step, I left a morsel alongside Harvey. So we're not eating the cake right now, okay. But like, what happens if we do eat the cake? What?
감히 네 놈이 그걸 먹어?
What? Who stabbed me? How? What? Eating the cake?
그게 어떤 건지 알지도 못하면서?
In a dark, silent space within King's College. No! Someone covered in blood was faintly twitching on the ground. Did Harvey just get murdered?
죽여버릴 거야! 그래, 전부! 나와 그녀의 사이를 막는 것은 전부!
That was the start of another tragedy. Excuse me? What? Why not trigger another chain of madness? Are you kidding me? What? Harvey just straight up died?
황혼의 유령.
Wait, who was that? Was that Felix? Or was that Charlie? Okay, it had to be Felix, right? Like, is Felix, is this it? Is Felix the actual killer? Is Felix Jack the Ripper? Is he like the full Yandere route where he's gonna like kill us because we let another man eat the cake that he was serving to us? Like, no, it can't be Felix! That escalated so quickly! Okay, we know not to eat the cake. The cake is cursed, guys. The cake is a lie. The cake is cursed. We do not eat cakes from Felix now. We do not trust. This is the second bad end we've got by choosing to eat the cake. Bruh. How that escalated so fast? Oh, Wolfgang Mozart? I'm not surprised they did like a Mozart Ikemen, but I feel like I've actually seen that. They did like a promotion or something somewhere where they had cardboard cutouts of like the Ikemen guys from that series, and then someone was like, what? This is Mozart? And here's some other famous people? I mean, I played Fate Grand Order, FGO, and like Mozart is a servant in that game too, but completely different. He's not really an Ikemen. Keep explaining the story. Historical people to hot anime men. That's the Fate series. That's just like, that's Fate Grand Order right there. historical people into hot anime men. They had like Mozart, Marie Antoinette, and then other characters like Cleopatra and Caesar, and basically, like, of course, you know, King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, any kind of historical famous people you can think of. Most likely they are a fake Grand Order servant. But I enjoyed it though. It was so fun. I don't play it anymore, but like, it was. I still enjoy the series. Okay, we're not gonna eat this cake because we're not hungry and we don't want to get stabbed, or we don't want Harvey to get stabbed by Felix. No, I'm not hungry at the moment, so I'll have to decline. I'll try on my next visit. How does that sound?
그럼요. 언제든지 생각날 때 오세요.
Goodbye. With a skip in my step, I left Amorce alongside Harvey and did not take the cake this time.
이제 어디로 갈 생각이죠?
I really learned not to take anything from strangers. He's not a stranger though. We've met Felix several times. He's always given us food. I didn't realize he'd go stabby.
아까 고아원에 갈 거라고 했던 것 같은데 진심이에요?
Why, yes I was. We're heading to the orphanage next. With a big smile, I took Harvey's hand and led us to the next destination. I can't trust Felix no more. Harvey and I went to different locations on Laker Street all day. We went to the orphanage and handed out the snacks we got from Amorce. We walked around the marketplace and made conversation with some merchants. Some people seemed to be curious why I was with Harvey instead of Charlie, but I didn't bother providing an answer. Our MC's basically like, stay in your own lane and mind your own business. You didn't see me with another hot guy, that's my problem, not yours. The sun was slowly setting and we finally arrived at the last destination of our long journey. You can take cakes from a handsome stranger man, but not a total stranger. Both were not good. But technically, this guy was actually a worker in the bakery. You know, he's not some guy on the street handing out cakes. He actually works at the bakery, so... You know, completely unsuspecting.
어서 오십시오.
Are we drinking?
아가씨, 오랜만이네요.
Hello, barkeep. How have you been doing?
그럼요. 덕분에 항상 번창하고 있습니다.
I'm glad to hear it.
여긴...
It's a bar that I occasionally stop by at while I go around overseeing the town. It's a famous bar with a long history. The locals stop by to have a drink after their daily routine. As a child, I would accompany my dad and visit the bar from time to time. That's how I've been acquainted with the owner for so long.
그렇군요.
I see. Yes. That's right, Harvey. I took a seat at an empty table, but Harvey was carefully looking around, perhaps unfamiliar with the atmosphere.
오늘은 뭘 드릴까요?
I'll have a glass of beer. Will you give us an opener and a wine glass as well, please? Ooh, a bonus. Continue working. Cheers! Place where countless people share drinks, sorrow, joy, and sorrow alike. Something like a good old pub. Crack open a cold one at the end of a long workday. So yes, lessons learned, don't take candy from strangers or cakes. This place was far from nobility, but I like that.
정말 의외네요.
Why? Because you didn't expect me to come to a place like this?
그러네요. 킹스 칼리지에서 귀족들을 많이 상대하다 보니 선입견이 있었던 걸지도 모르겠네요. 그들은 이런 곳에 절대 오지 않을 거라고.
Most don't. As you can see, we're the only ones with neat clothes. That's alright though. A lot of people are aware that the Linderes occasionally visit this establishment.
그렇군요.
Is it your first time at a place like this?
사람들을 따라 비슷한 곳에 몇 번 가본 적은 있지만 분위기를 따라가지 못해서 금방 나오곤 했어요.
Ah,
맥주 한잔하고 와인잔 여기 있습니다.
I received a bottle opener from the barkeep and opened the wine bottle with ease. This place is famous for their beer, but I'm sure you prefer wine. I want to preface it by telling you that this is a special kind of wine. It will be quite different from the ones you've been drinking so far. That's why we stopped by Morris. I wanted you to try this. I poured the wine into Harvey's glass and he replied with a faint smile. I hope that wine, it's good, you know? The cake was, I mean, the cake wasn't drugged or anything. It was just more like someone else ate it and he got mad. So I'm sure the wine should be okay.
고마워요.
Cheers. I indulged myself with a cold beer that quenched my thirst, while Harvey's eyes widened after taking a sip of the wine.
단맛이 느껴져요.
It's called a dessert wine. What do you think?
와인에서 이런 맛을 느끼게 될 줄은 몰랐어요. 이런 것도 있었군요.
Right? I quite fancy it, so I occasionally drink it as well. It is expensive though, as it isn't produced in England. There must be countless amazing foods around the world that we have yet to taste, don't you think? You are so true for that.
그렇겠죠.
Harvey nodded and took another sip of the wine as the sound of the violin playing upbeat jazz music began spreading throughout the bar. Drunk people stood up from their seats and started dancing while Harvey and I relaxed while watching the scene. What a romantic date. When I was almost done with my beer, an idea came to mind. Offer more wine or ask for a dance. Hey Harvey, do you want to get absolutely plastered? I can help with that. I think we should give him a dance. You know, maybe we should. He needs to loosen up a bit. Take off his dancer legs. We'll just, yeah, we'll tell him to, let me save. Just, yeah, let's ask for a dance. I stood up from my seat, walked up to Harvey, and held my hand out. Let's dance.
뭐라고요?
It's the perfect setting. It would be a shame to just watch.
아니, 잠깐. 난 춤추는 법도 몰라요.
I've never danced at a place like this either. So forgive me if I step on your feet. Harvey looked confused until he heard what I said and smirked.
그건 나도 마찬가지예요.
He got up from his seat, took my hand, and we walked towards the center of the bar together. The bar was vibrating with cheerful jazz music. I stood in a familiar position across from Harvey and put my hand on his chest.
이런 거에 꽤 익숙한가 보군요.
Like I said, I have no idea how to dance to this kind of rhythm. I'm merely starting from a point that I know best. I could feel his cold hand against mine, but that wasn't a problem at all. It was, dare I say, cute to see him wobble around, not knowing how to function. Let's just try moving to the rhythm with no concern for any technical things. Oh, look at the little blush sprite. He looks cute. We started taking steps to the rhythm and we were somewhat making it work. Harvey seemed awkward the whole time, merely following my steps.
이게 맞는 거예요?
It might be incorrect. But what if you are? No one here cares. All of us are dancing however we want, just enjoying ourselves.
그건 그러네요.
I could see my reflection in his dark crimson eyes, which were anxiously darting left and right. His silk-like silver blonde hair flowed alongside us as we danced. Oh! I was staring into his face and I accidentally tripped and stumbled. I accidentally stepped on Harvey's dress shoes and looked up with a remorseful expression defined.
결국 당신이 먼저 밟아버리는군요.
Oh, look at Harvey. He looks so cute like this. Apologies.
괜찮아요. 예고까지 해줬으니까요. 마음의 준비는 하고 있었어요.
Has Harvey ever smiled as brightly before? No, it's the first time, and he looks so cute when he smiles. I couldn't help but stare at Harvey, whose eyes were arching beautifully as he smiled.
확실히 이런 경험도 처음이에요. 오늘 하루 당신과 보낸 시간은 이제까지 해보지 못한 것들 뿐이었어요.
Oh, I mean, he's been a vampire for a long time, but he probably like really distanced himself from everyone. So I think Harvey was probably lonely. He hasn't really had all the chance to kind of go and experience all these things. Did you dislike it?
아니요.
There's no hesitation in his answer. He looked more relaxed than ever.
즐거웠어요. 죽기 직전에 이 순간을 돌이켜봤을 때 좋은 추억이었다고 자신 있게 말할 수 있을 정도로는요.
Why are you talking like you're dying, Harvey? You still got a bit left in you, right? That sounds good. I wanted it to give him a clearer goal in life, but perhaps it was too soon. I smiled, trying to hide the bitterness I felt inside. After all, there were plenty of new things he could experience. We came back to our table after indulging ourselves in the music while dancing in the crowd. Do you still want to leave the mansion right away? He quietly filled up his glass.
와인이 정말 맛있네요.
Do you like it?
솔직히 말하자면 그래요. 좀 더 일찍 알았으면 좋았을 거라는 생각이 들 정도로요.
I'm glad. Harvey sighed and sipped on the wine that was slightly darker in hue than blood.
사실 찰리의 말이 맞아요. 평소에도 몸 상태가 좋은 편은 아니었는데 최근에 부쩍 잠이 많아졌다는 걸 느껴요. 그게 바로 내가 원하던 바였으니 괜찮을 거라고 생각했는데 당신의 부탁을 승낙한 뒤로 이런 나 자신이 조금 답답하게 느껴지게 됐어요. 아마 당신에게 동조하게 된 거겠죠. 무모한 짓을 해서라도 멜이라는 그 메이드에게 조금이나마 도움이 되고 싶은 그 마음에 이끌린 거예요.
Harvey.
처음에는 당신이 일방적으로 부탁한 것뿐이었지만 결국 이 일을 도와주겠다고 한 건 나 자신이에요. 하지만 제대로 된 단서를 아직 아무것도 찾아내지 못했죠. 그나마 저번 사건 현장에서 뭔가 읽어낸 것 같았는데 지금까지 떠올리지도 못하고 있으니.
He gently spun the glass he was holding as if to sort his thoughts.
그래서 좀 더 린델가에 머물러 보려고 해요.
Oh, he's just gonna stay at our house? Don't worry. I mean, we got so many guest rooms. We can spare space for Harvey. I don't know how Charlie really feels about it. But, oh well.
날 어디선가 감시하고 있을 그 뱀파이어의 시조의 길을 빨아먹으면서 적어도 내가 봤던 그 기억이 제대로 생각날 때까지요. 그러니
He held out his glass towards me. I was well aware of what that meant. I held up the glass of beer that had been topped up and smiled.
앞으로도 잘 부탁해요.
It's getting darker outside. We shared more glasses in the midst of those who were cheerfully chatting about. Oh, we are chapter 5 now. I was like, that was all of chapter 4. Okay. I mean, that was still quite a bit. Yeah, okay. Let's go into chapter 5, where we're getting through. I think we're just getting a chance to see, you know, all interact with all the guys, right? We had our moment with Charlie. We get our moment with Harvey here. Next day. Like any other day, I woke up on time and handled some business until it was tea time at 3 o'clock. I put down my pen, got up, and stretched while sighing. I'm feeling more tired than usual.
종일 돌아다니다 술까지 마시고 밤늦게 저택으로 돌아오셨으니 턱 쿨하시겠죠.
I never planned to drink that much. It just happened. We were drinking and having a conversation.
꽤 즐거운 시간을 보냈나 보군요. 제가 아예 그 자리에 없는 게 나았나요?
Were you there? Why would you say that? Wait, where's Charlie? I'm like, wait, the whole time we were on this like date with Harvey, was he just like watching the entire time, like from somewhere? It might have been better for you to come out and join us. Okay, so he just had to like sit in his little corner or something watching us have like a little dance without him.
제가 있으면 합의가 편하지 않았을 겁니다. 그건 아가씨가 원하는 바가 아니니까요.
That's true, but even though Harvey was going to stay here, it did not seem like they were going to get along at all.
며칠간 경찰서 주변의 소문을 들어보니 수사는 꽤 난항을 겪고 있는 것 같더군요. 이제까지 확보한 목격자들의 증언 이외에는 증거랄 것이 아무것도 발견되지 않아서요. 하다못해 우연히 뭔가를 찾아낸다고 해도 사이코메트리를 할 수 있는 인재가 있는 것도 아니니.
Can we not get Harvey to do it?
그게 정말로 도움이 되는 증거인지 파악하기는 어렵겠죠.
Right. I took a moment to think while sipping on the Earl Grey tea that has gone cold. Perhaps I should leak some of the information I have to them.
어떤 정보를 말씀하시는 거죠?
Stuff like how the perpetrator might be a vampire.
글쎄요. 그 얘기를 그들이 믿어줄까요?
Probably not.
뱀파이어가 범인일지도 모른다고. 이걸 어떻게 알았냐고 물으면 사이코메트리로 기억을 읽었다고 말씀하시려고요? 애당초 뱀파이어의 존재를 믿을지조차 의문이긴 합니다만.
You don't have to be so sarcastic. I was just thinking out loud. Never mind. Whatever the case might be, I think we should help Aaron. It will help in proving your innocence too. You mentioned how there was still a detective doing rounds near our mansion.
아가씨가 원하신다면 그렇게 해야죠.
Let's make our way to the station later.
그럼 외출하실 준비를 하겠습니다.
Charlie gracefully bowed and left the study. There's something off about Charlie. He always takes my side. Why does he seem so sensitive today? I felt uneasy, but I couldn't figure out why. Maybe he's jealous because we hung out and had a date with another guy right in front of him. It had not been long since my last visit, and the station was still bustling with people. Someone who was trying to report an ambush by robbers, someone who was arrested for pickpocketing. There were a variety of people in the station. Let's not be too discouraged, and we'll be okay. I can still remember Aaron's cold look from when I brought scones and biscuits after Charlie's release. Still made me nervous, but I couldn't back out.
또 여기까지는 무슨 일이죠?
Aaron! Aaron found me standing in the corner of the station, a location I settled on out of fear.
다시는 볼 일이 없을 거라 생각했습니다,만.
Well, Of course I'm here again. Mary's case hasn't been solved yet.
꽤 당당한 발언이군요. 그 유력한 범인을 놓아준 게 당신 아니었습니까?
I was about to raise my voice, but I managed to stop and collect myself. I told you, Charlie isn't behind this. He has no motive to kill Mary.
제가 그 말을 왜 믿어야 하죠?
Because Charlie and Mary are both people who are dear to me. I know them well, so of course I'm refuting your accusations.
그게 진실이라면 언젠가는 다 밝혀지겠죠. 그 말 하려고 여기까지 온 겁니까?
No, I'm here to tell you something else.
그럼 말씀하시죠.
I took a deep breath, sorted my thoughts, and continued. I'd like for you to help me find evidence. I know I'm getting in the way of your work. This is probably not going to do me any favors since Charlie's still under suspicion.
그렇다면 왜?
Aaron remained confused. I wasn't sure what would be the right thing to say. Tell him you'll be in the way or tell him you'll prove to be useful. I think we'll be useful. We'll help. Kind of. We have connections, right? You can trust me this time. I'll try to be of help to the investigation. No, I will be helpful.
당신이 대체 뭘 할 수 있다는 겁니까? 또 저번처럼 잠복 수사라도 해서 다치면 어떡하려고요?
Are you concerned about me?
당연한 겁니다. 귀족이든 사람이든 레이커가의 시민이라는 건 변함.
His tone was still cold and unfriendly, but his words felt warm. I smiled. I thought the police couldn't find anything, even after investigating night and day. Perhaps with me around, you'll be able to find something new, just like Mary's belongings I found after I talked to the girl.
그런데 그 유품을 가지고 있던 강도들을 처음에는 그냥 보내줘 놓고 나중에 만나서는 결국 죽인 거고요.
Yeah, I mean, you know, little minor details. Aaron's comment hit a sore spot, and I was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, that's why I'm trying so hard to make up for it. Besides, that wouldn't have happened if the police knew about them before I did. My retort left him speechless this time.
제가 무능했던 걸 인정합니다. 좋아요. 그렇게까지 얘기한다면 한번 해보시죠.
Ooh. Are you serious?
가시죠. 안 그래도 나갈 참이었으니.
I was finally able to join Aaron and be a legitimate partner of the investigation. Excited, I went after him. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. Gotta move my screen around. There we go. After leaving the station, we decided to prioritize the areas where the police had not done legwork yet.
일단은 빈민가로 먼저 가보죠. 사건의 대부분이 그 근처에서 일어났으니까요.
Okay, to the slums. We were about to make our way there to the slums when Aaron was greeted by an owner of a flower shop in the commercial district. Detective, are you out on the patrol?
안녕하세요. 최근에는 안전하십니까?
Better. I haven't seen a man around these days. I'm very grateful for your help.
혹시라도 또 찾아오면 경찰서로 신고하세요.
It looks like someone that Aaron helped in the past. He's a police officer, so that makes sense. They exchanged a few words and we took a couple more steps forward when...
들어드리겠습니다. 366번지셨죠?
Oh, thank you, detective. How sweet of you to help me every time.
조심해서 따라오세요.
This time he carried an old man's belongings all the way to his house. I guess he helped her out multiple times, too. And when I finally thought we were going to move on... Aaron, have you seen my child?
바비 말입니까? 제가 항상 잘 지켜보라고 말했을 텐데요. 대체 이게 몇 번째죠?
Well, it's it's just he left while I was in the loo.
잠시만 기다리세요.
Poor parenting. Just leave your kid out running on the streets of London. With a small sigh, he walked to a nearby dessert cafe and came back with a child.
대개 이 시간에는 항상 그 가게 앞에 있더군요. 간식이 먹고 싶어서 그런 것 같으니 가끔은 사주는 게 어떻겠습니까?
Thank you, Aaron. I'll find him myself next time. He was so quick to find a child too. I guess it happened several times. On our way out of the main street, Aaron would get stopped by several people and we end up helping them. That was when we arrived at the destination hungry and weary a long while after leaving the station. Are you always this busy?
바빠 보입니까?
You are busy. You keep getting more tasks to take care of. I thought detectives like you would focus on the case and nothing else. I didn't expect you to be doing so much.
강력 범죄를 해결하는 것만이 형사의 일이 아닙니다. 매번 말하지만 이 지역의 치안을 지키고 시민이 안전하게 살 수 있는 곳을 만드는 것도 제 일.
Right. My comment was to express my surprise, that's all. You've carried out all the tasks without a hint of annoyance, even though it seemed like a hassle.
저는 당신만큼 여유로운 환경에서 자라지 않았고 그만큼 이곳의 어두운 부분도 많이 봐왔습니다. 형사가 되기 전부터 저는 이런 상황이 답답하게 느껴졌고 어떻게든 바꿔나가고 싶었습니다. 하지만 제 힘으로는 도무지 바뀌지 않는 일들이 이 세상에는 훨씬 많았습니다. 누군가는 귀찮게 생각할 만한 일이라도 제가 그것을 성실하게 해냄으로 인해 뭔가가 바뀐다면 몇 배로 더할 겁니다.
Right, Aaron is still a nice guy.
한심한 일이지만 지금 제가 할 수 있는 일은 그 정도밖에 없다는 것도 알고 있으니까요. 그래서
Aaron turned to look me in the eye in the middle of his sincere speech. I was met with his indisputably honest gaze. We made brief eye contact and my heart sank as if I did something wrong.
당신에게 기대했던 겁니다. 당신은 저보다 더 많은 것을 가지고 있고 뭔가를 바꿀 수 있는 힘을 가지고 있으니까요. 그리고 변화를 불러일으키고 싶어하는 사람이라고 생각했습니다.
I'm sorry.
사과할 필요는
Okay.
없습니다. 멋대로 기대했던 제가 잘못이니.
Alright, I guess. I'm sorry I didn't live up to your expectations. Don't say that. I felt slightly ashamed of myself listening to Aaron. I was aware that as the heir of the Linderes, I was responsible for the lives of many. I was raised and educated to be able to handle that responsibility. Therefore, I assumed I would be able to play my part. But maybe I was looking away from the fact that all my knowledge was just a small part of a bigger picture. I carefully continued after some thought. Ask him to expect more of you? Ask for his help. I don't need his help. If I had been disappointing you, I'd like to formally apologize for that. I realize it would be difficult for you to see me differently after everything we've been through, but I'd still like you to expect more of me. I can assure you that I will try my best.
그렇게까지 말한다면야 한번 지켜보겠습니다.
This place is important to me as much as it is to you, after all. It was unexpected, but it was pleasant to hear Aaron's private thoughts at a place like this. I turned to him with a smile. Thank you for being honest. Aaron stared at me for a moment before he ran his hand down his neck and looked away.
고마워할 필요 없습니다.
Oh, are you slightly embarrassed? Is that a little tinge of a blush that I see?
저도 그저 투정 부린 것뿐이에요. 어른스럽지 못했습니다.
We all had those moments. We wrapped up the not-so-brief conversation and continued on our journey. After doing a lap around the slums, we also paid a visit to an area that was home to nobles who were not very friendly towards policemen. However, we couldn't obtain much information until the sun set. We tried extending the scope of our investigation to other cases as well, but we still couldn't get much information.
고작 하루 발로 뛰어서 얻을 수 있는 정보였다면 경찰이 벌써 찾아냈을 겁니다. 목격자 증언을 포함해도 쓸만한 정보가 극히 적어서 여태까지 범인을 특정조차 할 수 없었던 거고요.
This is really rough. Is there really no other way? I don't think I could be any help like this. I was lost in thought walking down the street when I caught a glance of a Morse's sign. Aaron, do you know the shop? Have you been here before?
메리 체프먼 사건이 바로 이 근처에서 일어났으니 그때 당시 탐문 수사를 하러 온 적은 있습니다.
Would you like to go in then?
그럴 필요는...
Come along, let's head in. I remember asking Felix if he knew anything about the case on the morning after Mary's murder. That's so funny. Imagine you're Felix. Imagine you're Felix. Let's say Felix was, for a moment, let's say Felix was the killer. Or he has like a huge crush on the like main character. Imagine you're Felix and you're like, oh, I want to get close to this girl I like, but she's a noble. We're like different statuses. Maybe I can like get her to eat my cakes and be happy with that. And then meanwhile, this girl is showing up to the cafe, bringing a different man with her each time. I wonder how you'd tell he'd like what he thinks about that. Yeah, I mean like, I don't know what happened at that bad end. If like the killer was maybe Lucille's secret admirer. I feel like maybe he's Felix. I don't think it's Charlie. Maybe baby Felix or some other random guy in Charlie. It'd be kind of funny if it was Charlie, not gonna lie. Especially after he got arrested. If you're like, oh wait, if he was the actual murderer, we just turned him back to the police. It was fruitless at the time, but I thought something might have changed since a decent amount of time had passed.
어서 오세요.
Felix's eyes widened as he saw Aaron and I walk in together.
형사님 아니세요? 아가씨와 아는 사이이실 줄은 몰랐네요.
I love that. You know, like the other day it was Harvey and today is Aaron. He's like, oh wait, why do all these men know her? Good afternoon, Felix. I guess you met Aaron as well.
말씀드렸잖아요. 얼굴은 알아도 이름은 모르는 분들이 많다고요. 메리 사건 때 가게에 와서 제게 이것저것 질문하셨거든요. 그때도 왠지 들어본 이름인 것 같긴 했어요.
안녕하세요.
두 분이 같이 들어왔다는 건 저번처럼 또 무슨 일이 있는 건가요?
Not quite. We're just doing a joint investigation of Mary's case. Felix must have remembered running into me on the day of Charlie's release.
여긴 왜 들어온 거죠?
Morse is pretty famous in these parts, and a lot of young women frequent this cafe. Which means a lot of rumors go through this cafe. So I wanted to see if Felix heard any useful information.
그렇군요.
들은 거요? 제가 뭘 말씀드려야 하나요?
최근에 이 지역에서 일어난 살인 사건에 대해서요. 메리 체프먼 사건 이외에 다른 사건의 목격자가 있다거나 혹은 그런 이야기를 하는 사람을 본 적이 있습니까?
글쎄요. 아시겠지만 그런 사건은 시간이 지나면 지날수록 근거 없는 소문이 많이 떠돌게 되잖아요.
Yeah, imagine it was actually Felix. Imagine Felix really was the killer, and then he's probably so annoyed by the constant questioning.
손님들끼리 소곤소곤하면서 여러 이야기가 오가긴 하지만 정말로 도움이 될지는 잘 모르겠어요.
That's more than enough.
그런데 제가 어딘가에 그걸 적어놨던 건 아니어서요. 혹시 다음에 그 손님이 오면 다시 얘기를 들어보고 메모해서 드려도 될까요?
그것보다는 레이커가 경찰서에 와서 아론 베일리를 찾아달라고 전해주시죠.
그게 좋겠네요. 그렇게 할게요.
We didn't get any immediate information, but it didn't seem like we could do much else. Actually, I remember that scone and biscuits I handed him and wondered if they were to his liking. Did you like the things from the other day?
그때라뇨?
The basket of scones and the biscuits I left you. I chose desserts that were more savory as it seemed like you disliked cakes when you visited the Lindere estate.
그런 거였군요.
He finally seemed to remember my gift. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke up with an apologetic tone.
잠시 급하게 해결해야 할 일이 있어서 바구니를 책상에 두고 나갔다 왔는데 그새
Lol.
전부 없어졌더군요.
Sorry?
먹어도 되는 간식이라고 생각했는지 동료들이 전부 먹어버렸다는 걸 나중에 깨달았습니다. 진작 말했어야 하는데 미안합니다.
Tell him you'll give him another basket. Tell him you feel upset. You didn't eat the scones and biscuits I gave you? But I understood that it was shared, but it was a little shocking that he didn't get to try any of it. That is a little upsetting, to be honest.
미안해요.
I understand though, you couldn't do anything to prevent it and I was the one who forcibly gave it to you. Well, I'll remember to bring some more next time, so you'll be able to try one first.
그러지 않아도 괜찮습니다만
No, this wasn't a question.
그래요. 고맙네요.
Food could have went to me. So true. I'm like, I haven't had scones in a bit. I like to have some scones with some, jam and cream.
그러고 보니 그때 스콘과 비스킷을 잔뜩 사가셨었죠?
I did. I wanted to see if he liked them, but seems like he didn't get to try any.
그건 아쉽네요. 그럼 지금 시식해 보실래요? 구운 지 시간이 좀 지나서 따뜻하지는 않지만 그래도 먹을만 할 거예요.
Are you sure?
그럼요. 아가씨의 지인이잖아요.
아니요, 전 됐습니다. 애당초 이런 디저트를 즐겨 먹는 편도 아니고.
Why don't you just try one? Eat the damn scone, Aaron. You're British, aren't you? You live in London and you don't eat your scones? I know it's a stereotype, but come on. Scones are tasty. Felix offered a scone that was on the counter, but Aaron kept turning it down. He didn't even get to try any of the ones I gifted him. Feeling bitter, I picked up the scone. Here, just try one bite. I held out a small piece of scone in front of his mouth, and Aaron started blushing. Felix is literally standing right there. He took a look around and complained in a hushed tone.
잠깐. 꼭 이렇게까지 해야 합니까?
You didn't seem to mind it when you took the slice of steak from me.
아니, 그때는
Oh, my arms are hurting. How long will I have to hold this up?
당신은 정말.
He sighed and took the piece of scone in front of him with a face as red as a tomato. Also cute. I'm like, aw. The usual stoic person or character here having a little blush on his face. Also nice. It reminded me of when I thought I could get closer to him through the meal at the mansion. Feeling satisfied, I grinned. What do you think?
솔직히 말하면 무슨 맛인지 잘 모르겠네요. 전 배가 불러서 이만 나가 있는 게 좋겠습니다.
Wait, Aaron. Thank you for the information, Felix. I'll see you again. Aaron practically fled from the scene and I rushed after him. He didn't finish his scone. Don't waste the food. Aaron, wait for me. Where are you going anyway?
밤이 늦었습니다. 일단 저택으로 돌아가시죠.
What? You want me to go home? I was taken aback and Aaron stopped in his tracks and looked back at me. Just a moment ago he was red to his ears and now it seemed like he calmed down after getting some fresh air.
탐문 수사라면 내일 얼마든지 또 해도 됩니다.
But I haven't been of any help yet.
애당초 당신에게 큰 기대는 하지 않았습니다.
Ow.
오히려 이 시간까지 백 작가의 영예가 돌아다니는 걸 누군가가 보게 된다면 피차 서로 간에 좋은 소문은 돌지 않을 것 같습니다만
But
설마 저번처럼 스스로 미끼가 돼서 함정을 파려는 생각은 아니겠죠? 위험한 일은 시킬 생각도 없고 허가하지도 않을 겁니다.
I was planning on it. I had already learned about the consequences of acting recklessly, and I was not about to repeat the same mistake. However, as someone who confidently claimed she could be helpful, my ego did not permit me to give up here.
말했을 텐데요. 수사는 내일도 할 수 있습니다. 얌전히 저택으로 돌아가세요. 데려다 드릴 테니.
No need. Since Charlie would be watching from nearby, there was no. I keep forgetting Charlie is like always watching. We're just like hanging out with these guys, like dancing with them, giving them like pieces of like food, and you know, being like, open up and eat the scone. And Charlie is just like, I don't know, just like up against the window, just like watching this whole time. I told him I was going to prove to be useful, but I failed to accomplish anything. I didn't want to be more of an inconvenience.
필요합니다. 당신 역시도 레이커가의 시민인데 이 시간에 혼자 저택까지 돌아가라고 할 수는 없습니다.
It's truly fine.
왜 이렇게 쓸데없는 고집을 부리는 겁니까?
Right then. Oh, what's happened? Oh no, some kid's getting... In front of a shop somewhere in the commercial district, a man dragged a little girl by her hair and threw her onto the streets. The weak, scrawny girl got on her knees and begged, but the man held up his hand as if to smack her.
이런...
Aaron approached the two without hesitation. He grabbed the man's wrist and spoke.
폭력은 좋은 해결 방법이 아닙니다. 일단 진정하시죠.
The man shouted as he wiggled his arm, but Aaron did not let go. Flustered, the man gave up and let his arm go limp. Aaron then let go of his wrist.
경찰입니다. 무슨 일입니까?
That's right, police. Oh, okay, he just beats children that are serving? Aaron stood still, listening to his words, and helped the girl up on her feet. Huh? As I got a better glimpse of the child, I realized she had a familiar face. It was the child who witnessed the robbers looting Mary's body.
사정은 알겠습니다. 이 소녀는 제가 연행해서 데리고 가죠.
What? Satisfied, the man stepped back into the store. Meanwhile, I was staring at Aaron, shocked by his reply.
가시죠.
As he started walking with the girl, I came back to my senses and blocked Aaron's path. Wait, where are you going?
죄를 지었으니 마땅히 벌을 받아야겠죠.
Are you really taking her to the station? That's too harsh.
사정이 불쌍하다고 모든 범죄를 다 눈감아줄 수는 없습니다. 먹고 살기 힘들수록 양심적인 선을 지킬 수 있어야 올바른 어른으로 자랄 수 있는 겁니다.
I agree with your sentiment, but is this really necessary? She was just hungry, and look how scrawny she is. I'll educate her about wrongs and your consequences, but for now, can we please get something for her to eat? Aaron remained silent for a while, deep in thought. He soon let out a sigh and started talking.
안 그래도 그럴 생각이었습니다. 먼저 장소를 좀 옮기죠.
Like, yes, even orphan children must go to jail. Aaron left the commercial district and took the girl to a restaurant a little ways away. Her eyes were fixed on the child as she stuffed herself with food.
앞으로는 조심하는 게 좋겠어. 그 상점가는 최근에 도둑들에 관한 신고가 많이 들어오고 있으니까. 범죄는 저지르지 않는 것이 가장 좋겠지만 그렇게 하지 않으면 다들 굶어 죽을지도 모르니.
I expected him to be opposed to the crime itself and thought that he wouldn't bend when it came to rules. He's more flexible than I thought. I felt like I got to see a new side of him while spending the day together. People should be handing out food every Monday at 220 Laker Street. How has that been? What? Why is that? Oh, well, that sucks. Yeah, all the adults just take all the food first. That's horrible. I was aware that not all who are on the streets will get a filling meal. However, it stung to face someone who I wasn't able to help. I'm sorry, I'll try to come up with a solution so that you don't have to risk your safety and steal. Words were all I can offer. We walked the child to a safe location and found ourselves alone, walking through a dark alleyway.
바래다 준다고 해놓고 이 시간까지 나와 있게 해서 미안합니다.
Don't worry about it. I was here out of my own volition.
일단 갈까요?
I walked next to Aaron and we slowly made our way to the Lindere estate. Earlier at the commercial district, did you say that just for show?
맞습니다. 형사라는 입장상 당당하게 어린아이를 구해줄 수는 없으니까요. 약자라고 해서 무작정 감쌌다가는 반대로 사람들의 반감을 사게 되고 결과적으로는 어린아이들이 더 힘들어질 겁니다.
That makes sense. I haven't thought that far. I just thought it was harsh of you.
그 장소에서는 그렇게 보였어야 했으니 당신이 느낀 게 맞습니다.
And I guess I fell for it. I smirked at Aaron's comment and he grinned back.
레이커가 220번지는 린델가에서 오랫동안 해왔던 자선 행사이니 저도 알고 있었습니다. 빈민가에서 살 때 많이 얻어먹었으니까요.
Oh wow. Okay, so it's been a really long-running event from her family. Really?
그때에도 지금처럼 어른들의 텃세가 심했습니다. 하지만 저는 어지간한 사람보다는 체격이 크고 힘이 세서 쉽게 음식을 얻어올 수 있는 편이었죠. 그렇게 받아온 걸 이 근처에 사는 친구들이나 동생들에게 나눠주면서 결국 제게 돌아오는 양은 적었지만 맛은 아직까지도 선명하게 기억이 납니다. 그때는 이런 맛있는 음식을 무료로 제공해주는 사람들은 대체 어떤 이들일까 궁금했습니다. 그래서 나중에라도 만나게 되면 꼭 고맙다고 말하자고 생각했습니다.
Aaron. I guess it was her family. Aaron stopped, turned back towards me and made a gentle smile.
인사가 좀 늦었네요. 그때는 고마웠습니다.
I'm like, I guess wouldn't he want to thank her father?
지금도 여전히 포기하지 않고 이곳의 사람들을 지키려고 노력해줘서 고맙습니다.
I almost teared up listening to his heartfelt, sweet voice expressing his gratitude. I cleared my throat a few times to hold back the tears and smiled back at him. I'm relieved to hear that our efforts so far meant something to you. No matter how hard we work, there's a limit to the results or achievements we can see firsthand. It concerns me from time to time. I worry if I'm doing it right. But thanks to what you said, Aaron, I feel slightly more confident.
저도 이런 말을 하게 될 줄은 몰랐습니다. 당신과 시간을 보내면 보낼수록 새로운 면을 보게 되는 것 같아요.
Oh. My eyes opened wide from what Aaron said.
왜 그런 반응을 하죠?
Well, I actually had the same thought earlier. I was thinking how I got to see a new side of you while spending time together.
그만큼 오늘 하루가 꽤 인상 깊었던 거겠죠?
It seems so. I wanted to help the investigation, and I was upset that I was about to end without any new information. But it wasn't all for nothing.
말했지 않습니까? 하루 이틀 돌아서 될 일이 아니라고.
Right, but as long as you let me, I will continue investigating by your side.
마음대로 하시죠. 하지 말라고 해도 당신은 나 몰래 어떻게든 돌아다닐 테니까. 그럴 바에는 차라리 옆에 붙여놓는 게 속이 편할 것 같습니다.
Seems like you have a better understanding of how I operate. We exchanged some light teasing words and we're about to leave the alleyway when... It's always a goddamn alleyway. The piercing shriek of a woman suddenly echoed through the street. With no hesitation, Aaron started running towards the scream. Wait, I'm coming too! I rushed to follow him with a sense of deja vu, remembering what happened at the commercial district. Oh. We ran through the labyrinth-like alleyway in search of the source of the scream. When we arrived, I froze at the terrifying sight. The distinct metallic smell that was carried by the thick wind. And the inky pool of liquid on the stony ground of the ill-lit alleyway. I instinctively knew what the object lying still in the middle was. Aaron, who arrived first, was blankly staring down at the scene.
이건
Someone's... Everything turned white and my mind went blank. The longer I stared into the tragic scene before me, the harder it was to breathe and hold myself up. What do we do? The police, we have to report it, no? Or we should check if she's still... alive. The moment I thought the word, I began shaking. I remembered the morning I stood above the white cloth that was covering Mary's corpse. Was it the same person? Aaron, perhaps the killer is nearby. Aaron? Aaron! I shouted Aaron's name, trying to grasp onto what little sanity I had left within me, but no answer returned. Talk to the witness, investigate around the area. I think we should talk to the witness first, instead of just walking around when the killer is still at large. So, yeah, I will save. If this happened just now, perhaps that person witnessed something. I barely managed to think logically, and I slowly approached the woman who was shaking in the back. Are you alright? What happened here? I was returning home and I saw a woman on the ground and... I see, it's okay now, don't fret. The police is here, so you'll soon be able to return home safely. Right, Aaron? However, Aaron's eyes were still fixed on the woman on the ground, and he looked like his soul has left his body. Aaron! I didn't think he'd crumble like this, but seeing him like this made me more calm in contrast. I understand you're in shock, but now's not the time for this. Aaron? At first we froze because of the scene of the murder, but there's something else. I was clearly overlooking something. Something shocking that I've never seen until now. It can't be. I stepped away from the witness and approached Aaron. You're a vampire, Aaron? Something was glowing in the pitch black alleyway. It was glowing more radiantly than the red that seeped out of the now deceased body of the woman. It was similar to the eyes of someone I've known my entire life, crimson. No way! The moment I realized what those eyes meant, I muttered words of disbelief under my breath. Once again, a strong gust of wind swept by us, carrying the scent of butchery. Aaron, who was standing still all this time, heard my muttering and looked towards me. And I was met with a pair of beautiful blood-red eyes. But how? It wasn't. My head was full of questions and I couldn't form a proper sentence. Even Aaron, who was staring back at me, had a complex, indescribable expression on his face. Aaron. There was only one conclusion that I could come to at this moment. I barely managed to get my lips to move and ask a question to get confirmation. I know what you are. I didn't realize he would be a vampire. It was the scone. I don't think scones can turn you into a vampire, or can they? If there was blood mixed into the scone, maybe. You're a vampire?
나는
He failed to say anything else. He merely looked my way with a confused gaze. What he wanted and what he was trying to say, it was all a mystery to me. The silence was unbearable. I unconsciously blinked and saw Aaron smiling. Aaron?
진한 향기 때문에 참을 수 없이 목이 마릅니다. 피가
I instantly understood what state he was in as soon as I heard his dazed muttering. He might go berserk from the scent of blood. Vampires had to drink the blood of the living, and as of now, the witness and I were the only options. There was no time to hesitate.
아가씨의 피를 마시면 편해질까요? 그렇다면
Fortunately, his gaze was fixed on me. Should I let him drink my blood? I was used to this kind of situation, so I calmly considered my options.
이런 광경은 아가씨의 정신 건강에 좋지 않네요.
Meanwhile, Charlie, who's just been lurking with us the whole time, as per usual, as always. As if purposely timed, Charlie appeared before me. Charlie!
경찰이 곧 들이닥칠 거예요.
What? You called them here?
그들을 강제로 여기까지 움직이게 하는 게 꽤 번거로웠네요. 아무튼 저나 아가씨나 그들의 여기 남으면 일이 더 복잡해질 게 뻔하니 일단 자리를 피하죠.
Wait, but Aaron...
알아서 잘 도망치겠죠. 그냥 놔두세요.
Yo, what about the witness? What? Charlie, let go of me! Wait! He came closer in a blink of an eye and picked me up with the most effortless expression.
가시죠.
Wait, what about the witness? The witness is still there! I still have to talk to Aaron! However, my desperate cries were buried in the darkness of the alleyway. We had no choice but to head back to the mansion, leaving behind the sound of police officers running towards the scene. I was like, when did Aaron become a vampire? The night sky was the last thing I saw, and the almost full moon was faintly shining. Oh, chapter 6! I was carried to my room by Charlie and I started asking questions, trying to make a sense of the whole situation. But let me save here first, because I want to go back and see what would happen if we investigated instead. Yeah, I want to load. Like, what happens if we had to, you know, investigate around the area? Maybe we can find some clues. If this happened just now, the killer might still be nearby. With that logic, I left Aaron behind and ran. I ran across several alleyways, checking each corner, but my footsteps were the only things that echoed through the unoccupied alleyways. Is no one here? I stopped and realized something. Where am I? I think I came too far. I looked around to find my way back when... Ah! Someone jumped down in front of me and the distance between us rapidly closed. And before I knew it... What? Robert number 4? some random mook just came out of nowhere? It's just, what is he doing? Just like casually hiding in the alleyways, just waiting for us to come through? He's like, oh yeah, when that noble lady comes through this alleyway one day, I'm gonna get her real good. Oh no, I got stabbed. Ah, oh, Charlie. Where's Charlie when you need him? I'm dying. And we died, okay. So investigating just gets us stabbed. I was like, yo, Charlie.
황혼의 유령.
Where's Charlie when you need him? Not there when we're getting jumped in alleyways. We should just avoid alleyways. Don't eat food from strangers and don't go into alleyways. Lessons learned. What happened? Do you know that Aaron was a vampire?
아니요. 저도 처음 알았습니다.
When did he become one?
다만 아가씨와 아론이 어린 소녀와 함께 있을 때부터 그 근방에서 꽤 진한 피냄새가 풍겨오더군요. 그래서 사건이 일어났나 싶어서 경찰에 신고하러 잠깐 자리를 비운 사이에 이런 일이 일어날 줄은. 제때 지켜드리지 못해서 죄송합니다. 제 불찰이군요.
Well, it could have been worse. That's quite fine. Charlie when Lucille's dying, I see nothing. Charlie when Lucille's having a romantic moment with another male, I see everything. He's got his priorities straight, you know. Charlie's been around here for ages. He's not gonna let some other man come in and take his woman. But it's still, I guess he was just like going off to get the cops, right? So I'm like, okay, fine. I guess you could be forgiven. But Aaron.
보아하니 그 참혹한 현장을 보고 자극받아 처음 각성을 한 게 아닐까 싶은데.
You awakened for the first time. Oh, okay, so he was a latent vampire?
만약 경찰이 도착할 때까지 그 상태였다면 아마 꼼짝없이 범인으로 몰리지 않을까 싶군요. 아니, 어쩌면 진짜 범인일지도.
But he was with me. What are you talking about? Don't say that. Aaron was with me while that murder happened. He didn't kill her.
하지만 하비가 말했지 않습니까? 메리가 살해당하던 때에 붉게 빛나는 눈동자의 남자가 거기 서 있었다고. 게다가 저 역시 아론이 말한 새로운 목격자의 증언에 의해 메리 체프만 살해 혐의로 체포된 적이 있죠. 아가씨가 목격자니 이번 사건은 100번 양보하더라도 이제까지의 사건은 아론이 범인일 가능성도 있는 겁니다.
No, it can't be.
아가씨는 단순히 그렇게 믿고 싶은 것뿐 아닌가요?
No, it's not. I had no doubt Aaron was innocent, but I couldn't help but remember what had just happened. The clear emerald green eyes were drenched in a coat of red. His gaze looked confused, yet the smile he made was yearning for something within me. It felt like I didn't know Aaron at all. I'm like, man, everyone's a vampire. Charlie's a vampire, Harvey's a vampire, Aaron's a vampire. Who's next? Felix is a vampire as well? Felix, good to be a vampire? I'll have to pay a visit to the station tomorrow. I want to know what happened.
그렇게 하시죠. 오늘은 피곤하실 테니 이만 주무세요.
Charlie was about to exit the room with a gracious bow when I stopped him.
왜 그러시죠?
What if Aaron really is behind the murders? How do we arrest a police officer?
그럼 경찰서에 잡혀가겠죠. 형사 재판을 통해서 처벌이 정해질 테고요.
Well,
죄질이 결코 가볍지 않은데 목숨이나 건지면 그나마 다행이겠네요.
how could? A shiver ran down my spine just by the thought of such a tragic end.
그렇게나 그가 걱정이십니까?
Of course I am. I'm also concerned about that woman on the ground, the woman who witnessed the scene, everyone.
그건 다행이군요.
What? What do you mean?
아닙니다. 상황이 궁금하시면 내일 일어나서 경찰서로 직접 가보시죠.
That would be ideal. As I wrapped up my conversation with Charlie, fatigue washed over my body.
같이 있어드릴까요?
응?
끔찍한 현장을 마주하셨으니 오늘 밤은 분명 악몽을 꿀 거라며 무서워하실 줄 알았는데요.
Oh. His gentle smile helped me realize that I'd been very tense. Ooh, do I ask him to stay? Will you stay with me, Charlie? Will you hold my hand when I go to sleep? I let out a small sigh. I could feel the slight bit of warmth returning to my fingertips. And will you keep me company for the night?
그럼요. 아가씨가 원하신다면 언제든지.
You could stay here with me, Charlie. There's enough room on the bed. What if I didn't wish for it?
글쎄요. 아가씨가 원하지 않아도 아마 저는 여기 있었을 것 같네요. 그것이 제가 원하는 바니까요.
Charlie smirked and gently held my relaxed hand.
그럼 자리에 누우세요. 제가 정리하죠.
Right, thank you. I'm like, Charlie doesn't sleep. So will he just like sit there and just watch us sleep? I lay down and closed my eyes. He sorted my messy hair and turned the lights off.
당신이 어디 있든 저는 항상 그 옆에 머무를 겁니다.
Aw, thank you, Charlie. Except for the one time you weren't and I got stabbed.
부디 그 사실을 잊지 마시길.
His words sounded like a spell that I had been hearing for a long time. I was comfortable with his presence within the dark, and I slowly drifted off to sleep. I finished handling some urgent tasks and prepared for my visit to the station when Harvey stepped in to study. Harvey, are you feeling better now?
덕분에요. 걱정해줘서 고마워요.
It seemed like he exhausted himself from walking around Laker Street all day with me before fully recovering from using his ability. He claimed to be fine, but he was in bed all day yesterday, unable to get up. However, unlike last time, he was of sound mind and was just sleeping. That made me feel better.
어제도 나갔다 온 건가요? 밤늦게 대화 소리가 들리던데요.
Ah, I went to ask Aaron if there were any progress on the case.
아론이요?
He became noticeably troubled.
그럼 이 소식 들었어요?
Hear what? He held something up. It was newspaper that was clean and barely creased, which indicated that it was from this morning.
반응을 보니 아직 모르는 것 같은데.
What? I opened the newspaper and was shocked by the title on the front page. The serial killer finally caught. The article was about how Aaron Bailey, who was a detective in the Laker Street Police Department, turned himself in last night. The coroner's report indicated that all 4 murders were done by the same person, and the officials were to take his confession and go through a field inspection. No, it can't be. He was with me when the murder happened. Why did he turn himself in?
상황이 재미있게 돌아가는군요.
As per usual, Charlie doesn't give a shit. Charlie appeared from behind me and spoke up amid the chaos.
역시 어제 그와 함께 있었나요? 무슨 일이 있었던 거죠?
I tried my best to calm down and give a detailed retelling of what had happened last night.
그런 일이 있었군요.
But I'm sure Aaron's not the killer. He's just a vampire that awakened from the smell of the blood, not a serial killer. After he saw an image of a red-eyed vampire from Mary's case, Charlie mentioned something. Mary and the other victims were all stabbed to death, and so it would be rash to assume that a vampire is behind those murders.
제가 분명히 그렇게 말했지만 본인이 자수한 이상 이미 명확한 거나 다름없지 않나요?
I'm telling you, it's not him. That's why I want to know why he turned himself in. And with my last sad comment, the study fell silent for a moment.
그럼 직접 물어볼까요?
What? How?
이미 경찰서 유치장에 있는 사람을 무슨 수로 만나서 직접 물어본다는 거죠?
Are we gonna break into jail?
당신이 저번에 빠져나왔던 것처럼 백 작가의 지위를 이용해서 밖으로 내보낼 생각인 건가요?
저런 합의, 당신은 교수인데도 고작 그것밖에 떠오르는 게 없나요? 가방끈이 긴 사람은 생각하는 게 조금 다를 줄 알았는데.
Wow.
뭐라고요?
Don't need to throw that shade.
무식하게 힘으로 밀어붙이면 어떻게든 다 될 거라고 생각하는 늙은이에게 그딴 말을 듣고 싶지는 않네요.
Charlie shrugged exaggeratingly while shaking his head, and Harvey snapped back with a retort. Stop! This isn't a time nor a place for this. So, Charlie, what were you thinking?
아론 본인이 자수한 이상 어차피 저번 같은 방법으로는 어렵겠죠. 제가 그곳에서 빨리 나올 수 있었던 건 정당방위였다는 걸 인정받아서기도 하니까요.
Then what?
간단합니다. 경찰이 알아서 내보내줄 수 없다면
Oh,
저희가
jailbreak.
빼오는 수밖에요.
Damn, Charlie, you getting... He's got a taste of, you know, getting arrested, encounters with the law. Now he's like, yes, let's commit more crimes.
남들이 알지 못하게 몰래 숨어서 마치 보물을 훔치는 궤도처럼 말이죠.
보아하니 최근 유행하는 소설이라도 읽고 꽤 감명받으신 모양인데 그건 납치라고 하는 거예요. 정말 그게 좋은 방법이라고 생각한 게 아니길 바랍니다.
어차피 들을 생각도 없었으니 당신이 뭐라고 하든지 상관없습니다.
He's just literally politely said, I don't care about what you said. I'm not listening. I don't really care.
중요한 건 아가씨의 선택이죠.
I do what I want. I thought about the idea for a moment and soon nodded. Charlie's solution for these types of issues may have been a tad excessive, but their chances of success were high. Even though it might have come from his ability to force things into place rather than the quality of the actual solution.
좋습니다.
Very well, yes.
작전 결행은 오늘 밤으로 하죠.
We'll take action. We shall do the jailbreak. Harvey let out a sigh in the back as Charlie's satisfied voice echoed through the room. That night, Harvey was initially against Charlie's plan, but he eventually joined us.
린델 백 작가의 신세를 지고 있는 이상 제가 도울 수 있는 게 있다면
Thank you,
해야겠죠.
Harvey.
딱히 도와줄 건 없을 텐데요. 저 혼자서도 충분히 아가씨를 도울 수 있습니다. 이제까지도 그래왔고요. 몸도 허할 텐데 그냥 얌전히 침대에 들어가서 잠이나 퍼질러 자면 어떻겠습니까?
Why does Charlie keep beefing with Harvey? Like, Harvey literally just does nothing. He just like stands there and then Charlie just keeps throwing shade at him. Tomodachi collection news. What's the big news? What you got going on there?
헛소리 하지 마세요. 말은 그렇게 해도 계획도 없잖아요. 아가씨, 어떻게 할지 찰리 얘기 들은 게 있나요?
I felt called out by Harvey and I slowly shook my head. No, not exactly.
그거 봐요. 아무 생각 없이 흡혈하고 다짜고짜 경찰서 쳐들어가서 유치장문 부수고 아론을 끌어올 생각은 아니었겠죠?
복잡해 보이는 문제를 가장 심플하게 해결할 수 있다면 그게 제일 좋은 일일 텐데요.
Sometimes our problems require simple solutions.
단순 무식하기 짝이 없군요.
Stop it, you two. I had enough of their petty insults and I stopped the conversation. We all made our way to the Laker Street police station in the middle of the night. Are we actually going through with this jailbreak? We stood in the alleyway in front of the station, discussing what our next move should be.
이렇게 하는 게 좋겠어요. 내가 경찰서에 근무하는 사람들의 기억을 읽어내서 경찰서 내부 구조와 아론이 어디 있는지를 먼저 알아올게요.
You didn't drink any blood yet. Is that possible?
아가씨, 내가 부탁한 거 잊었어요?
Oh, I see. You asked for some blood in case it would be necessary. I took out 2 small vials of blood from my bag and handed them to Charlie and Harvey. I've never taken my blood out in advance like this.
그 자리에서 피가 필요하다고 당신을 묻는 것보다는 훨씬 효율적이죠.
He opened the lid and swallowed the blood, shooting a brief glance at Charlie. Just doing like taking shots with blood. I will save. Just in case, of course, you know. How's your Tomodachi collection coming along? It's kind of like a... Is that just... Forget, I'm like a Tomodachi collection, like Tomodachi Life. But like the... sequel? What's the difference between... Tomodachi collection has several mechanics. Okay. Oh wow, it came out a while ago. Wow, I thought it was newer. Nice. Mr. Hood confessed his love for one of my friends, and I scream recorded to show to my friend. I forgot I had Alien Stage Round 6 playing, so it blasted her ear. He gave her a jump scare. That's lovely. It'd be like, let's listen to Mr. Hood's heartfelt confession, only to have... I don't know what song Stage 6 was. Just blasting out. Tell him to be careful. Be careful, Harvey. I think I've only heard one song from Alien Stage. I actually haven't gone around to listening to the other ones. Funny enough, I think it was like on an autoplay or something that I encountered, I think it was like Blink Gone. That was like the one song I heard from Alien Stage, and then I'd probably have to actually go and listen back. They're also dating Riddle in game. I'm assuming Riddle Rose Hearts from hit game Twisted Wonderland. If so, congratulations! Treat him well. He is a poor boy that needs all the love he can get. What if someone comes in?
지나친 걱정은 하지 않아도 돼요. 아무 도움도 되지 못하고 매번 이렇게 걱정만 끼치면 내가 당신을 볼 면목이 없잖아요.
Okay, I trust you. Go, Harvey.
그럼 다녀올게요.
Nice to have seen him warm up to us. When he drank from a vial, he wiped the corners of his mouth out of habit before walking away. I watched his silhouette grow smaller and smaller until I noticed newspapers on the ground. It's today's papers. His name was still decorating the front page of what papers would have been carelessly slept on throughout the day. No matter what happens, I'll make this plan work, and I'll have a proper conversation with Aaron.
경찰서 안으로 들어가면 오른쪽 구석에 형사들이 출입할 수 있는 전용문이 있어요. 안으로 들어가서 복도 끝까지 걸어간 뒤에 왼쪽을 보면 그곳이 형사과이고요. 아론은 그 형사과 가장 안쪽에 있는 유치장이 있어요.
당연한 일이지만 경찰서 가장 깊숙한 곳에 있군요.
Of course, it's all the way at the end, far, far from the entrance.
편하게 경찰서 뒤쪽을 날려버린 후에 아론을 데리고 나와서 도망치는 게 가장 낫지 않을까요?
No, Charlie, we can't just blow up the police station. You'll get arrested for it. Again.
아가씨는 먼저 가서 아론을 만나고 싶다고 면회 요청을 해요. 제일 좋은 건 면회 요청을 했을 때 받아들여져서 그냥 들어갈 수 있다면 제일 좋겠지만 가능성은 작아 보여요.
Well, won't he get visitors' privileges at least?
일련의 살인사건 전부 본인이 했다고 자백해버리는 바람에 극형에 처할 수 있는 대죄인 취급을 받고 있어서요. 상황이 좋지는 않네요.
Oof. Aaron, why
만약
would you do
경찰이
this?
자백만으로 유죄를 선고해버린다면 그는 의심할 여지도 없이 곧바로 사형장으로 갈 수도 있어요.
게다가 갓 뱀파이어로 각성했으니 한창 굶주렸을 때죠.
Okay.
인간들의 언어로 대체하자면 사춘기에 가까운 느낌이랄까? 아마 폭주하기 쉬운 상태일 겁니다.
He's just a new baby vampire going through puberty.
아무튼 만약에 면회가 거절당한다면 그때는 플랜 B로 가야 해요. 갑자기 그 자리에서 쓰러지든 아론을 만나고 싶다고 고집을 피우든 뭔가 소란을 피워주면 좋겠어요.
Throw a tantrum.
그렇게 모든 사람의 시선이 아가씨에게 집중됐을 때 여기 손에 있는 거울로 바깥을 비춰주세요. 그 신호를 보고 제가 경찰서 안쪽에 있는 전기를 차단할게요. 안이 어두워지면 찰리가 그 틈에 재빨리 들어가서 아론을 데리고 나오세요.
Oh, leave it to Harvey to come up with like a jailbreak plan. Charlie's lived too long, he's scared of police. What's the police gonna do against a vampire, right? Charlie's probably like, oh, what interesting experience, you know? Look what happens when like fae and vampires live too long. It'd be like, huh, what a trifling situation. How quaint.
감히 당신이 제게 명령하는 겁니까?
당신이 그렇게도 따르는 아가씨를 위한 일일 텐데요.
Harvey calmly replied, and Charlie forced a smile to hide his discomfort.
이번 한 번은 넘어가지만 함부로 나서지 않는 편이 좋을 겁니다.
그건 봐야 알겠죠. 애당초 나를 만든 장본인인 당신은 피를 마시면 할 수 있는 게 뭐죠? 그저 남들보다 힘이 세지고 빨리 움직일 수 있는 것밖에 더 있는.
Oh, seriously, stop with your bickering. I started getting irritated. I had to shout, like, Charlie, stop picking fights with Harvey. Like, keep it down back there. Continue this childish argument, I'll lock you in the same room together. Do you want to be roommates?
아가씨와 단둘이 지내는 건 언제든 환영입니다만 그것만은 사양이군요.
나도 싫어요. 그럴 바에는 차라리 저택을 나가겠어요.
Oh, boys. I shook my head, left them behind, and entered the police station. The station late at night was quite empty. As soon as I entered, I carefully looked around to confirm Harvey's information. A door only for detectives in the right corner. Ah, there it is. So Charlie would enter that way when Harvey cuts the power to the building. Charlie would be moving very quickly after drinking my blood, so I assume he won't need that much time. I checked the location and soon approached the person at the counter. Good evening. What can I help you with? I guess you're not aware who I am. I'm Lucille, heir to the Linderes. Ah, her ladyship of the Linderes. I knew your name, but I didn't know of your face. What brings you to the police station? I'm here to pay a visit to Aaron Bailey. Aaron Bailey? He was treating me with civility right up to until the name was brought up. His face instantly tensed up. I had a feeling that my visitation request wasn't going to be accepted. Yes, I know him personally, and I owe him something for the Mary Chapman case. I need to hear from him if he truly is behind that murder. I heard that Mary Chapman used to be an employee at your residence. We understand the situation and we would like to help, but it will be difficult. And why is that? He refuses to meet anyone. We are having a hard time believing all this too. Aaron was a role model to all the detectives, and now he just showed up this morning and said he was the one who was behind all the murders. And those red eyes of his too. It was all surreal. We kept asking if he's mistaken, if he's ill and whatnot, but he says there's nothing wrong with him, besides the red eyes. With no other evidence, we have no choice but to act based on his confession. Meanwhile, he keeps telling us to arrest him since his eyes are red, just as a witness said. Amidst the chaos, a few reporters sneaked in at the station and the news spread to the public before we knew it. That's what transpired. Then how do I go see Aaron? Time to throw a tantrum? This is our cue, right? Time to throw a tantrum. Whatever the case, it's urgent. Let me see Aaron. Not to mention its important reference. Not going very smoothly as expected. It seemed best to move on to Harvey's plan B. Don't you know who I am? I'm Lucille, the heir to the Linderes. Do you understand what that means? She's gonna go full Karen. But what? I didn't come here to listen to excuses. I intentionally raised my voice in the quiet station and the employees started turning their heads. I'm telling you that I want to see Aaron. I need to talk to him. Is that such a bothersome request? Lower my voice? How can I lower my voice? This land that the station was built on was donated by the Linderes. Do you know how much money I donated for the people here? My voice echoed through the not so extensive lobby and the others started murmuring. This is going to lead to bad rumors for a while, but I guess I can't help it. Thinking about the negative consequences that were sure to follow, I angled the mirror behind my back to send a signal out the window. This should be enough for Harvey to notice, right? It's really important, so stop saying no and just... I was about to rant on when... Oh, here comes the lights out. Harvey knows my sign. As people were in disarray, I slowly moved towards the exit that I memorized. When will Charlie be out with Aaron? Should I wait in here? I was on the fence when...
아가씨, 이제 나가요.
Harvey! I followed Harvey's whisper, left the station and ran toward the residence district. Next morning, Aaron was still in the guest room fast asleep and we were standing over him. Yay! The jailbreak was a success. We've kidnapped a police officer and also, I guess, criminal in this case. I asked Charlie what happened last night and he said that Aaron was on the verge of losing control from the smell of my blood when I walked into the station. He ran to the holding cell after the lights were cut off and Aaron wasn't in a good state, so he had no choice but to knock him out.
눈을 떴네요.
Oh, he's finally waking up.
제가 생각보다 힘을 덜 실어서 때렸나
I guess
보네요.
I didn't hit him as hard as I thought I did. Wow, okay. Just typical Charlie.
이렇게 금방 깨어날 줄은 몰랐는데.
Aaron, confused about what he was seeing, quietly blinked for a moment while staring at us. And after a decent amount of time, he started talking in a very cautious tone.
제가 왜 여기 있는 거죠? 이게 무슨 짓입니까?
I suggested that we bring you here.
뭐라고요?
Looking into his crimson eyes, I couldn't help but miss the emerald hue that used to be there before. You were with me when the fourth murder happened. Why would you claim that you were the killer?
그게 문제가 아닙니다. 지금 당신들 이게 얼마나 중범죄인지 알고나 있는 겁니까?
Yeah, we'll deal with that later.
당장이라도 절 경찰서에 돌려놓는 게 좋을 텐데요.
That's not the issue for me, though. I risked a lot to bring you here and to ask you myself why you turned yourself in.
당신은 정말 끝까지...
아가씨가 무모하다는 의견에는 나도 동의해요. 아마 저기 있는 단순 무식한 누군가가 이렇게 키운 건 아닐까 싶을 정도로요.
우리 아가씨는 아주 아름답게 잘 자라주셨습니다만
That's right, I'm a fine young lady. While two were bickering in the back, Aaron ruffled his hair and lowered his head.
왜 자수했냐고 물었죠. 당연한 겁니다. 제가 범인이니까요. 제가
왜 그렇게 확신하죠?
그때 기억이 떠올랐습니다.
Okay.
제가
Aaron couldn't finish the sentence as it was too painful to even mutter the words out loud.
저도 몰랐습니다. 저에게 이런 살인마의 본능이 숨어 있을 줄. 그러니 저는 마땅히 벌을 받아야 합니다.
Was it really Aaron? As he kept talking, even I, who firmly believed that he was innocent, was beginning to doubt things.
피를 마셨나요? 그 욕구는 당연한 겁니다. 당신은 뱀파이어니까요.
Charlie laid out the shocking truth so casually, and Aaron looked up at him with confused eyes.
그래요. 피를 마셨던 기억이 있습니다. 그걸 떠올린 후에 몇 번이나 구토했죠. 하지만 정말 제가 뱀파이어라는 겁니까? 그런 존재가 있다는 사실을 정말로 믿으라고요? 차라리 피를 마시고 싶어하는 미치광이 살인자 인격이 제 안에 숨어 있다는 게 더
그러고 보니 아가씨가 반년 전 제 통제를 벗어난 쥐새끼에게 잠시 습격을 당한 적이 있었죠.
Half a year ago, attacked by a pest. Charlie, what are you talking about?
벌써 잊어버리셨나요?
I do remember it vaguely. I had a cold and my mind was foggy. I was being chased in the alleyway and I had to run. When I thought it was the end for me, you arrived and saved me.
사실은 당신을 공격하려던 놈을 막아서 지켜주다가 큰 부상을 입고 반쯤 죽어가던 남자가 아가씨 곁에 있었어요. 내내 아가씨를 보호하고 있었는데 상태가 좋지 않았고 충격이 컸다 보니 잊어버리신 모양이더군요.
Oh, is that so?
그때 아가씨를 구해줬던 보답으로 그 남자에게 제 피를 마시게 했던 기억이 나네요.
Oh, what? So, okay. So it's all Charlie's fault then. What?
저 형사를 볼 때마다 낯익은 얼굴이라 대체 어디서 봤을지 내내 궁금했는데 드디어 답을 찾았습니다.
Charlie smiled widely and the rest of us were all appalled. Wait then.
역시 찰리 당신이 아론을 뱀파이어로 만들었던 거군요.
Damn, the club is growing.
또 당사자의 허락도 받지 않고 함부로.
그게 무슨 말이죠? 이 사람의 피를 마시면 문제가 되는 겁니까? 혹시 제가 그래서 살인마가 됐다는 건가요?
이 남자는 뱀파이어의 시초 같은 존재입니다. 언제부터 이 세상에 있었는지는 모르겠지만 그야말로 영원의 시간을 살아가면서 끝없이 인간의 피를 탐하는 저주받은 종족이죠.
Cursed.
그의 피를 마시면 평범한 사람이 뱀파이어가 될 수 있는데 아마 당신도 그중 하나인 것 같네요. 나 역시도 그렇고요.
다소 거슬리는 단어가 포함되어 있긴 하지만 얼추 사실이니 넘어가드리죠.
그럼 당신 때문에 제가 이렇게 되었다는 얘기입니까?
You never asked for this. Let's go. Okay, so he drank Charlie's blood like half a year ago. Wow.
이런 사람의 피를 탐하는 끔찍한 존재로.
Aaron was ready to jump towards Charlie, but Charlie took a step back.
하지만 제 덕분에 살았잖아요. 그때 일이 기억도 안 날 정도로 빈사 상태였던 모양인데 살려달라고 도와달라고 말이죠. 전 그 부탁을 들어준 것뿐이니 당신은 오히려 감사해야 할 텐데요.
뭐라고?
Wait, stop. It was sure to develop into a fight, so I frantically ran between them. I love it. It's literally Charlie not giving a shit and everyone else like just at Charlie's throat. Charlie, Harvey, could you please leave the room for now? I would like to talk to Aaron alone.
아가씨가 원하신다면
I guess everyone's a vampire. Yeah, but I have no clue about Felix. We've barely seen him in this game.
혼자서 괜찮겠어요?
걱정은 하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 만에 하나 그가 아가씨를 건드린다면 제가 곧바로 찢어버릴 테니.
그런 걱정을 하는 게 아니지만 아가씨, 내 도움이 필요하면 불러요.
I will. Thank you. After the two left, it was only Aaron and me in the silent room. Aaron. I took a step forward. A stern voice came from his lower head.
가까이 오지 마십시오.
Why?
지금은 위험합니다. 당신도 이 방을 나가시는 편이 좋을 겁니다.
With that, I understood what kind of state Aaron was in. If that's the case, I'm not scared. You're thirsty, aren't you? I don't know. I gotta reserve my blood for the others too, you know. Everyone's wanting my blood. I've only got so much to give. My blood's reserved for Charlie, so they carefully think about what to do. Sharing my blood was easy and it wasn't a difficult task to lend him my hand. Perhaps it's not polite to offer him blood when he's having such a hard time dealing with all this. I was on the fence about my options, and in the meantime, it seemed like he had regained his calm.
이제 좀 괜찮아졌습니다. 신경 쓰지 마세요.
Right. He looked up, forcibly smiling, and took a step back away from me. I knew it wasn't going to be easy for him to accept that he was a vampire, but there was a story I needed to tell him. I know you need some time, but I just hope you don't blame yourself. The impulse that vampires feel is similar to the hunger of humans. If an overwhelming amount of pain strikes you, it makes you want to survive in whatever way possible. If that is something you cannot accept, I'll keep this to myself. I won't tell anyone. I'll think about it later after getting some rest. You need it. I didn't approach Aaron any closer. I finished what I had to say and got up.
어떻게 절 아무렇지 않게 대할 수 있는 겁니까?
My butler is a vampire. The professor is a vampire. Don't worry, Aaron. I've got the experience.
나조차도 지금 나 자신이 섬뜩하고 두려운데.
You don't need to overcomplicate things in your mind. First, get some rest. I spoke calmly and Aaron sighed again.
처음 만났을 때부터 그랬지만 당신은 정말 이상한 사람입니다.
I just do whatever I want. I hear that quite often, actually. It was a clear morning with the sun shining through the windows. And I had a gut feeling that something was about to change drastically. Oh, we're finally on Charlie's chapter! We made it! We made it on Charlie's route! After all this time! Yes! I finally got to where I was aiming for. It only took 4 hours. Oh, okay, we're almost there. We're finally on Charlie's route now. We're finally here. A few days had passed. The rumor that a possible serial killer had escaped the holding cell rapidly spread through the entirety of London. Furthermore, the story of how the young lady Lindere caused a scene at the police station spread with it, so I had to lay low for a while. Yeah, all these guys are in my house now. Aaron was getting used to becoming a vampire. Harvey's getting his much needed rest. Cool.
아가씨,
Charlie!
아가씨.
The sunlight peeking through the thin curtains. The soft and comfortable sheets and the sounds of birds gleefully singing. I've been gloomy from the cloudy weather for a while, so I was happy with this fresh morning air. However, even on days like this, there's someone who disturbs my slumber.
예정된 시간에서 벌써 3시간이나 지났습니다.
strictly punctual butler of the Lindere estate always disapproved of me sleeping in like this. But wait, but 3 hours?
아가씨,
For a moment, I thought perhaps I heard it wrong and I instantly opened my eyes. Did you just say 3 hours? Before me was Charlie, who was making the sweetest smile. Behind him, the clock on the wall was indeed pointing to the time 3 hours later than the plan.
네, 3시간이라고 했습니다. 직접 시계를 보셨으니 시각을 확인하셨겠네요.
Wait, this is a little unfair. Why didn't you wake me up earlier?
아가씨가 굉장히 행복한 표정으로 주무시기에 아까워서요. 내내 얼굴을 관찰하고 있었는데 벌써 시간이 이렇게나 흘러버렸네요.
Charlie smiled, his silver tongue making me swoon first thing in the morning. What a sight for sore eyes. I could feel myself blushing, so I looked away in an attempt to hide it. I know I'm irresistible. I'm irresistible, but still.
스스로를 잘 알고 계시니 제가 더 이상 할 말이 없군요. 그나마 3시간도 짧은 편이었는데 오늘은 시찰하러 가는 날이라 어쩔 수 없이 깨운 겁니다.
I have to go out today.
오늘도 안 와서 이렇게 드릴까요? 원하신다면 목욕도 도와드리고 옷도 갈아입히고
No, I'm fine. I'm getting up.
처럼 혼자서 다 하실 정도로 아가씨가 벌써 다 큰 건가요?
I can brush my own hair, thank you.
정말 아쉽네요.
I hurried out of the bed, worried that Charlie might hold me up like a child. Normally I would respond in a jokingly manner, however he sounded oddly serious today. Why is he acting so sweet all of a sudden? I wasn't sure about surprise or expecting something, but my heart was pounding and I was trying my best to calm it down. I walked toward the bathtub where the warm water should have been prepared. I finished getting ready and was about to leave the mansion when I ran into Aaron, who was leaving his room.
어디 가십니까?
I'm supposed to oversee the town today. I guess it's probably because he realized the fact that he's a vampire.
그런데 제가 궁금한 게 하나 있습니다만 당신은 메리체 품원의 피를 마시던 기억이 나서 그녀를 죽였다고 생각하고 있는 모양인데 애당초 그들의 사이는 다수의 자상에 의한 과다출혈 아니던가요? 담당 형사였으니
Just stabbed to death.
그들의 해부 자료 또한 받아서 봤을 것 같은데요.
과다출혈이라고 되어 있었지만 장담은 할 수 없는 겁니다. 피를 흘렸지만 숨이 붙어 있었을 때 제가 그녀를 제때 구하지 못했기에
그럼 그 시체나 현장의 피를 전부 마신 건가요? 기억은 나나요?
그건 아닌 듯 했습니다. 현장에는 과다출혈이라고 설명이 될 만큼 다량의 피가 남아 있었으니까요. 하지만 제가 마신 건 맞습니다. 세 번째 사건이 일어났을 때 저는 그 근처에 있었고 우연히 현장을 발견했습니다. 그때까지만 해도 정신은 멀쩡했고 서에 남은 동료에게 연락하려고 했지만 어느 순간부터 기억이 사라졌고요.
그 시점에는 본인이 아직 뱀파이어라는 사실을 자각하지 못했던 거네요.
그렇습니다. 하지만 네 번째 사건 때 그날의 기억이 되살아났고 그 여자 그 쓰고도 떫은 맛이 아직도 생생한데.
잠깐, 뭐라고요?
Harvey quickly interjected and Charlie spoke up with a curious expression.
제대로 된 피를 마신 게 아니군요. 당신이 뱀파이어라면 살아있는 인간의 피가 그 어떤 음식보다 맛있었을 텐데요. 썩 맛이 없었다는 건 이미 심장에서 피가 나온 지 시간이 좀 지나서 물론 신선도가 살짝 떨어진다고 맛이 크게 변하는 건 아닙니다. 다만 그렇게 낯설고 떨궜던 건 메리가 숨을 거둘 때의 상황이 썩 좋지 않았다는 것일 테죠.
Oh no.
불쌍하게도.
You drank her blood after. What are you talking about? I couldn't understand the flow of the conversation and Charlie answered a mysterious grin on his face.
제가 아가씨의 피를 마실 때 아가씨는 기분이 어떻죠?
Oh, why would you have such a thing?
말 안 해도 알고 있습니다. 아픈 건 둘째치고 행복하고 때로는 즐겁고
Well, you could say that.
뱀파이어가 피를 마시는 상대에게 쾌락을 느끼게 해주는 건 그래서인 겁니다. 그 사람이 행복하지 않으면 최상급의 피를 마실 수 없거든요.
Is that so?
그런 겁니다.
아무튼 그렇다는 건 아론이 피를 마실 시점에 메리는 이미 죽어 있었을 가능성이 크겠네요. 게다가 나도 자상으로 인한 과다출혈이 그녀에게 더 크게 작용했을 거라고 봐요. 그리고 아론은 세 번째 사건에 대해서만 기억이 있을 뿐이지 그 전의 사건들과는 아직까지 이런 연관성이 없잖아요. 백보 양보해서 정말로 당신이 메리의 피를 마셨을 수는 있어도
정말로
I am. That's why I brought you here.
그렇다면 이제 다음 플랜은 정해졌군요.
Charlie, with his signature relaxed smile, continued.
진범을 찾아야겠죠?
Right. Gotta find the actual culprit. Because Aaron just drank Mary's blood, but he didn't actually, kill her. The three of us, including myself, were in agreement to the sentiment. However, we had made no progress so far. Hence, I understood why Aaron was feeling a bit antsy, tired of waiting. As long as the real culprit is out there, that person could very well be walking the streets of London among the innocents. I'll go see how the general atmosphere is, on top of chatting with some people. I know you're tired of staying indoors, but please endure it for a few more days.
강제로 여기 데려다 놓은 건 당신이면서 절 두고 나가려는 겁니까?
If you put it like that, I don't know what to say. It was obvious that he wanted to come out with me, but with the given circumstances, he didn't push the subject.
한번 해본 말입니다. 무사히 잘 다녀오시게.
I mean, we wouldn't want him to step out and get arrested after all that work we took to jailbreak him out. I'm sorry, I'll be back soon.
사과는 하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 어쩔 수 없다는 것 정도는 저도 알고 있으니. 아니면 사람들이 거의 다니지 않는 밤에라도 잠깐.
At night?
아가씨, 가실까요? 시간이 늦었습니다.
Do you wanna go and stroll out at night then? Okay. Smoothly cutting into our conversation, Charlie gracefully held his hand out. I held his hand and nodded, almost in an automatic response kind of way. Ah, right, okay. Leaving the disappointed Aaron behind, I stepped outside with Charlie. It's like, sorry, Aaron. Gotta go hang out with Charlie. I crossed the garden and was about to step out to the gates when I ran into Harvey, who was standing nearby.
아가씨, 어디 가려는 길인가요?
Oh, you're outside as well, Harvey. All these ECAM men now just living at my mansion. I'm supposed to oversee the town today.
그럼 같이 갈래요? 나도 마침 대학에 가야 할 일이 있어서요.
Oh, is that so? Do you feel okay to move around now?
언제까지고 누워있을 수만은 없죠. 그리고 저 늙은이 옆에 있어서인지 많이 회복되기도 했어요.
제 도움을 받은 것 치고는 상당히 예의가 없는 호칭입니다만
최근 강의를 많이 쉬었더니 계속해서 학교 쪽으로 문의가 오고 있는 모양이에요. 아무래도 사회 이론으로서 제가 맡은 도리는 다 해야겠죠.
It makes sense. You are a great educator, Harvey. I've never attended school, but I've gone through a lot of tutors and was educated on many different subjects. However, your lecture was the most interesting psychology lecture I've taken, and it was highly informative as well. May I attend another one of your lectures in the future?
언제든지요. 그때 말했잖아요. 배움을 원하는 자는 환영이라고요. 아, 괜찮으면 잠시만 기다려줄래요? 학교에 가져갈 자료를 방에 깜빡하고 놔두고 왔네요.
아가씨, 시간이 지체되고 있습니다. 저자는 그냥 내버려두고 슬슬 길을 재촉하시는
He's gonna ditch him behind.
정말 잠깐이면 돼요.
Oh no. Ask Charlie for his understanding. We gotta wait for him. He wants to come with us. I wanted to wait, but Charlie looked quite discontent for a while, so I decided to ask for his understanding. I know we're running late, but could we wait a bit and leave with him? We'll be parting ways soon anyways, so since he's off to King's College.
생각해보니 그렇네요. 어차피 금방 보내버릴 자인데 어른인 제가 째째하게 굴 수는 없겠군요.
어감이 좀 이상한 것 같은데요.
Of course, he's not happy about this. Harvey came back out of the mansion, and we all made our way to Lake Street. Lake Street was busy as always, and I made light conversation with the people around me as I looked around the area. Yes, good afternoon. How are things these days? Let's talk to the people. Contact the Lindere if you need help. Perhaps another time. I appreciate the offer though.
아, 아가씨, 잠깐 시간 괜찮으신가요?
Oh, the Mason gets voiced. Okay.
저번에 부탁하셨던 기펜이 드디어 얼마 전에 도착했거든요.
Ah, Mason. Yes, I could take a look at. Could I take a look at it now? I was looking at a famous artisan's quilt, which I acquired from an elderly trader when.
아이, 그나저나 결혼 소식은 언제쯤 들려주시는 거지요?
That's a
다들
random.
레이카가에서 축제가 열리기만을 손꼽아 기다리고 있는데
Get wed.
이제 나이가 꽉 차지 않았습니까? 아버님도 걱정이 많으실 텐데요.
He was a well-established merchant in the area who also had connections with the current earl, which led him to occasionally ask very direct questions. I'm not sure. It's so difficult to talk about this subject.
이 신랑으로는 찰리도 괜찮지 않나요?
What? I can just straight up... I'm surprised that someone just straight up being like, hey, why don't you just get together with your butler? Charlie?
귀족 출신은 아니지만 오랫동안 린델가를 섬기지 않았습니까? 배짱님도 그를 꽤 마음에 들어 하신다는 소문이고요.
Getting married to Charlie? We've practically been partners all this time. Perhaps the actual thing might not be so bad. Okay. I like how she's like pretty chilled that you're like, you know what? We've been together for so long. What's the difference if we just get officially together? Then Charlie knew everything about my personality, my habits, and more. Marrying him didn't sound like a bad idea. Not to mention, I also thought I knew enough about him. We might be able to live together in harmony until the day I die. That sounds nice. Go on, girl, you know what you want. If I do get married, I'll invite everyone to the wedding. You should all enjoy a glass of wine there.
소식 기대하지요.
I paid for the quill and left the store to see Charlie standing outside, looking satisfied.
아, 저희 곧 결혼하는 거였나요?
No, not actually. I was just making conversation. Don't get ahead of yourself there. He kept on excited, completely ignoring my reply.
일정을 잡아놓아야겠네요. 갑작스럽게 듣게 된지라 하나도 준비가 되어 있지 않지만 어떻게든 되겠죠. 할 일이 많아지겠군요. 지금의 린델 저택도 좋지만 이왕이면 신혼집이 따로 있으면 좋겠는데.
I love how he's just playing along with it. They're so chill about this too. Not there's none of the like, oh my god, like no way, you know, or a little like the bashfulness. I just love how straight up the MC is. Just like, you know what? Yeah, we've been together so long. Why not?
결혼식은 아가씨가 항상 말씀하시던 대로 언덕 위에 있는 하얀 벽들의 교회에서 할 수 있는지 물어보겠습니다. 아, 결혼 반지도 필요하겠네요. 역시 백 작가의 위상에 걸맞게 화려한 다이아몬드가 박힌 것이
Oh,
좋겠죠.
he's got this all planned out. Charlie, this is getting very specific. It's like he has it all completely planned out already. I was trying to find the right time to interject when Charlie took my hand and kissed it.
제일 중요한 것을 잊을 뻔했군요. 당신에게 프로포즈를 해야겠네요.
Whoa, we're moving fast. We just skipped the dating part entirely. We're just moving straight to the end.
거기서부터 시작이겠죠?
Did Charlie just call me by my name and not my lady?
어떤 걸 먼저 해드릴까요? 아가씨가 원하시는 걸 말해보세요.
Tell him you want a letter. Tell him you aren't interested in getting married. No. Let's start from, you know, we're moving too fast. Maybe we should start with, you know, some romantic letters, some missives. I'm just being unexpectedly enthusiastic about it. I thought I might play along. After all, we were just fantasizing about things, and it wouldn't hurt to talk about what I wanted. I like the idea of having a ceremony in a white brick chapel, and I also like the wedding ring with a fancy diamond. The proposal... How about you write a letter containing your affection for me?
편지요? 러브레터라니 아가씨도 꽤 취향이 클래식하시군요.
It's quite romantic, is it not?
제가 생각했던 것보다는 훨씬 소박하고 담백해서 놀랐습니다만 전 뭐든 해줄 수 있어요.
Oh. Probably calling me by my name again. I could feel my face about to burst from the intense heat. Stop it. The only thing I could do in that situation was awkwardly avoid eye contact. I used to feel this kind of fluttering caused by Charlie from time to time, but it's become more frequent recently. Why? You casually talk about getting married to him, but then it's like, oh man, what is this weird feeling in my heart? I tried to think back on how I came to react this way to him, but I wasn't sure at all. After doing a lap around Laker Street, we stopped by a Morse to take a break. The blueberry scone paired with the fragrant Earl Grey tea was fantastic, and each bite made me happier.
스콘은 좀 어때요? 맛있나요?
Yes, I thought I might not get to enjoy tea time today, but luckily I came here at the right time.
아가씨라면 언제든지 환영이죠.
Felix, with a pleased smile, looked around the cafe for a moment and lowered his voice.
그런데 아가씨 괜찮으세요?
In what regard?
요 며칠 뒤숭숭했잖아요.
Oh yeah, all the murders that are happening?
연쇄 살인 사건의 용의자라고 자수한 아론 베일리가 경찰서에서 탈옥했을 때 아가씨도 그 자리에 계셨다면서요. 큰 일은 없었어요?
Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah, I'm quite alright. Just threw a tantrum in the middle of the police office station. A couple of detectives from the station visited and asked me some questions, but nothing happened outside of that.
그렇군요. 아무쪼록 조심하세요. 사람을 몇 명이나 잔인하게 죽인 살인마가 레이커가를 아직 돌아다니고 있는 걸지도 모르잖아요.
Yeah, I appreciate your concern. Felix was probably worried about me after hearing some rumors that were going around the cafe. However, it made me feel guilty as Felix didn't know the truth of the event, so I wanted to wrap up the story as soon as I could.
그나저나 다음 달 납품할 디저트 중에서요. 어서 오세요.
Blueberry
네,
scones.
잠시만 기다려 주세요.
Felix started wrapping the scones behind the counter, and the woman noticed me and Charlie sitting on the table. Hello. Oh, what story? I heard you were getting married to Charlie soon. Congratulations. No, the rumors. Huh? I was tilting my head out of confusion when.
결혼한다고요?
Oh, Felix. Oh no.
누가요?
Oh damn. Oh damn, guys. I think I'm pretty sure Felix is in love with Lucille, and he's starting to act a little yandere here. Felix, who was stepping out from behind the counter, dropped all the scones on the ground and was blankly staring at me. I mean, you heard Felix. Lady Lucille's getting married to Charlie. Mason was quite excited, saying how he'll be able to drink wine at the Lindere estate soon. Oh, are the rumors already spreading? Well, it's not a confirmed thing. Out of habit, I was about to deny it, but I glanced over at Charlie. It would kill the fun if I were to deny it here, and if I told people I was planning to get married, no one would badger me about marriage for a while. Not a bad strategy, honestly. Oh, it's like a fake marriage, but it turns into, actual marriage. With that thought, I quickly changed my response to nodding and awkwardly confirming the rumors. But that's just a plan. Thank you for congratulating us. Felix, who was still standing there, barely opened his mouth to start muttering under his breath.
말도 안 돼.
Felix, I know this is very sudden, but...
아가씨가 고작 집사랑 결혼하겠다고요?
Oh, he is dropping the nice guy act. He's slipping.
고작이라니? 단어 선택이 좀 무례하십니다. 제가 아가씨와 결혼하면 안 되는 이유는 뭐죠?
어떻게 그런...
Felix, actually... His shock seemed quite severe. Worried, I tried to talk to him, but...
아니요, 아가씨. 지금은 아무 말도 듣고 싶지 않아요. 제가 너무 지금 당황해서 괜찮으니까 걱정하지 마세요.
I don't think he's alright. I don't think he's doing too well.
저는 바람 좀 쐬고 올게요. 그게 좋겠어요.
Felix? Looking excessively confused, Felix left the store before I can stop him. I was like, okay, so that was a thing. So when do we officially find out Felix is the killer or some sort? Because yeah, that was kind of dark. That night, after returning home, I stepped out to the balcony after finishing some paperwork, only to find that someone was already out there. Ah, Aaron, I didn't know you were here.
마을엔 잘 다녀왔습니까?
It was decent. Fortunately, the rumors concerning you have died down quite a bit. Now everyone's saying I'm going to get married to Charlie, and I think the baker boy is going to kill me. Although Felix still seemed to be very concerned.
그건 다행이네요.
I'm sorry, it must be frustrating to stay in all day.
아닙니다. 어차피 아무 준비 없이 나가고 싶다고 해서 나갔다가는 쉽게 발목을 잡혔을 겁니다.
He closed the book he was reading and got up from the chair.
그래도 그렇게까지 지루하지는 않습니다. 이곳에는 확실히 당신이 자랑했던 대로 제가 아직 읽어보지 못한 책이 많아서요.
Just think of himself on vacation, reading a book on the balcony. Feeling proud, I smiled and he chuckled softly. I wish there was something that could lift his spirits, even just a little. As a Felix stan, cannot believe the tension before. Yeah, that was something. I was like, do we have like a thing, like anything, any ending with Felix? Because I feel like he's definitely involved, but not in a good way. Oh, could you wait here for just a minute? Having come up with a good idea, I left the balcony and came back with a small gift.
이건 그때 마셨던 와인이군요.
Correct. You haven't had proper food at the mansion ever since your awakening, have you?
먹어보려고 했지만 맛이 없었습니다. 정확하게는 전부 쓰고 떫고 괴상해서 먹을 수가 없었고요.
Vampires can't taste most foods, but there's one thing they can enjoy. Can you guess what that is? I skillfully opened the bottle of wine with the opener while talking. It's this wine.
아,
I poured a glass of wine to Aaron, who awkwardly took the glass I handed him as he came to a realization.
그래서 그때 그렇게 와인이 맛있게 느껴졌던 거군요.
Oh, that explains. That makes a lot of sense. That explains why he didn't like any of the desserts or anything. Right, so let's cheers. Yeah, he wasn't really into the food, and then he didn't like any desserts and didn't really enjoy the scone either. He couldn't taste anything. You were human before, so being able to taste something must be very special to you now.
고맙습니다.
Aaron and I looked at each other in the eye, lightly clicked our glasses and smiled. Next morning.
아가씨, 슬슬 일어나셔야죠.
My head hurts. Just 5 more minutes.
어제도 와인을 꽤 들이부으시더군요. 자업자득일 텐데요.
But it was such good booze. You're not wrong, but time flew by while talking to Aaron. I didn't know, but he can be quite fun. Apparently, he ran into a person who was running with a bloody knife on the street, knocked him out and arrested him, only to find out that he was a robber and a murderer. So he was awarded with a Medal of Honor by the City of London. Isn't that ridiculous?
운이 나쁜 건지 좋은 건지 모르겠군요.
Right? Anyway, that's why I ended up drinking a few bottles of wine, and I'm just going to get a bit more sleep.
아, 그래서 어젯밤 이즈막 눈을 뜬 새끼 뱀파이어와 그 비싼 와인을 까셨다고요?
Huh? Was that expensive wine? I just took the first one I saw.
아가씨야말로 운이 참 좋으신 편인가 보네요. 눈에 뵈는 걸 그대로 막 집어도 최상급의 물건을 가져가신다니 말이죠.
I guess so. No wonder it tasted really nice.
그렇겠죠. 축하할 날이 있을 때 아가씨와 마시려고 제가 특별히 아껴둔 것이니까요.
I was going to give a short answer and shove my head back in the pillow, but I could feel an ominous aura coming from Charlie standing behind me. As I was retracing his words, I realized I made quite a big mistake. I smiled awkwardly as I turned my head to face him. Apologize and act cute. Suggest drinking it together next time. I'm sorry, Charlie. I didn't mean to drink the special wine that you saved for us. Let's drink it together next time, you know? We can have a little celebration, a little toast. Well, I didn't know that, but still, Charlie. We can always drink the best wine together, just the two of us. We can and we will. So, even without a special occasion, why don't we drink together soon? Charlie quietly sighed and shook his head as he heard my sincere words of apology.
이러니까 제가 아가씨한테 엄하게 하지 못하는 겁니다. 눈치가 빠르니 듣고 싶은 말을 먼저 해버리시니까.
I learned it from you, Charlie. Only from the best. He continued with a disgruntled expression.
이제 와서 사과를 받아봤자 아무 의미 없겠죠. 그 와인은 이미 그 어린 놈의 목구멍으로 전부 넘어가 사라진 뒤니까요. 혈관을 잘라서 피를 짜낸다고 해도 와인은 어차피 다시 회수할 수 없을 테고요.
Please don't do that, Charlie. Don't you think that's a bit too far? I was thinking of ways to make Charlie feel better when someone knocked on my bedroom door.
아가씨, 혹시 일어났나요?
Harvey, what brings you here? I got up to the door since he came all the way here, but Charlie grabbed my wrist and shook his head.
그 차림으로 외간 남자와 얼굴을 마주하시려는 건 아니겠죠?
Huh? But he came all the way to my room.
그럴 수는 없습니다.
He forced me into bed, put the quilt over the top of my head, and opened the door.
아가씨는 아직 주무시는 중이니 돌아가시죠.
그래요? 조금 전까지 말소리가 들리는 것 같았는데요.
그건 당신의 착각이고 환청입니다. 이 방에는 얼씬도 하지 마세요. 일이 있으면 아가씨가 알아서 찾아갈 테니 게스트룸에 그냥 짱 박혀 계시죠.
Wow, what a gatekeeper.
찰리, 당신이 린델가의 집사인 건 알겠지만 다짜고짜 이건 무례한 것 같은데요. 난 심심해서 여길 찾아온 게 아니에요. 중요한 할 말이 있어서.
Something important? Hearing Harvey's words, I got from bed and interjected, and Harvey and I saw each other through the gap in the doorway.
그래요. 그러니까
말했을 텐데요. 이따가 하라고.
Charlie was about to end the conversation and close the door, as Harvey started speaking after a brief moment of thought.
이제까지 아가씨를 키워온 건 알고 있지만 언제까지 당신의 세상에 가둬둘 생각이죠? 어설픈 질투는 보기 흉하니 위치를 제대로 정하는 게 좋을 거예요.
Oh.
그렇지 않으면 가장 상처받는 건 다름 아닌 당신의 아가씨일 테니까요.
Harvey? What's happening? I couldn't understand why they're having this sort of conversation, but I was certain that there was unknown tension between the two.
분수에 맞지 않는 충고 잘 새겨 듣도록 하죠.
With a cold reply, Charlie immediately closed the door. Why can't we all just get along? I heard a sound of him locking the door, which is a rare sound to hear in the Lindere mansion. Charlie, why did you lock the door? I have to get ready and leave anyway.
아니요. 그러실 필요 없습니다.
What? He turned to face me with his familiar relaxed smile.
건방지긴 하지만 합의의 충고를 받아들여 보기로 했습니다.
Huh? What do you mean? The moment he called me by my name with a voice sweeter than any dessert in existence, I couldn't help but twitch and stop talking.
이참에 제대로 가르쳐드리죠. 제가 당신에게 어떤 위치의 존재인지 말입니다.
What I mean? Okay. What you mean to me? Okay.
당신이
Okay.
저한테 어떤 위치인지도요.
I had a bad feeling that this day was going to be excruciatingly long. Oh, oops. At first. What is this? I got up, showered, and had light breakfast. The door, which I thought was going to stay shut, opened without problem, and I went to the study to work like always. After a while, it became 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was tea time, and Charlie enjoyed his glass of wine like always, while I had a small piece of cake with some Darjeeling tea. Excellent tea choices. The weather was nice and cool, the tea he made was neat, and Felix's cake tasted great as always. However, one question remained stuck in my mind. Why isn't he doing anything? When Harvey stopped in my room this morning and Charlie locked the door, I thought something would happen. I thought maybe he wanted to drink blood, but that wasn't it. Despite the fact that he was by my side since the moment I was born, I couldn't tell what he was thinking right now.
제 얼굴이 곧 뚫어지겠군요.
I'm sending mental brain waves to him. Huh?
할 말이 있다면 그냥 하세요. 아가씨답지 않게 뭘 그렇게 꿈을 대시는 건지.
He called me by my name earlier, now he's back to calling me my lady. I couldn't understand his ever-changing whims. Did I really ask? Ask if he's jealous. Are you jealous, Charlie? Is that why you're doing what you're doing? You just want attention. At this point, I didn't think he was going to answer if I asked what he was thinking. I decided to take a more direct approach. Charlie, are you jealous?
제가 그럴 리가 있겠습니까? 아가씨는 어차피 제 것인데.
Oh, okay, he's someone's confident.
질투라는 감정은 아주 별 볼 일 없고 소박하지 않나요? 우리가 쌓아온 인연에 비하면요.
That's true, but Your face is telling me otherwise. He was smiling, but the corners of his lips were faintly twitching. It seemed as though I was right. Charlie,
차가 식겠습니다. 어서 드시고 마저 업무를 끝내셔야죠.
This guy's just pure confidence, no hesitation whatsoever. He doesn't even think that he can lose to the other guys. He was obviously uncomfortable with the subject, so I decided to let it go for now. I finished the day's work without much fuss and returned to my room feeling antsy. I knew I had trouble sleeping without having a proper conversation with Charlie, so I headed out to the balcony. Even while on the way to the balcony, he's preventing me from running into other people. He was clearly acting different from the day before, but he wasn't explaining why. I was looking up with a heavy heart and realized that it was almost the night of the full moon. Charlie just stood behind me silently. Charlie, don't you want to drink blood? It's almost full moon.
지금은 별로 마시고 싶지 않군요.
What? But you haven't drunk in a while. Charlie didn't say anything. Oh, if this is the case, here goes nothing. Charlie's such a gatekeeper, such a block. He's like, no, I'm not gonna let anyone see. It's just gonna close the door. Nope. Why looking closer? Wow, okay. Or my exposed shoulders.
날이 차니 제대로 옷을 입으세요, 아가씨.
You literally did the meme of like, you're gonna catch a cold, sweetie. You gotta button up. I was about to reveal my shoulder again, but this time Charlie grabbed my wrist. The only thing I could do was express my sorrow with a loud voice and teary eyes.
왜 부르시죠?
Why are you rejecting? Do you not need it anymore? You said this morning you were going to teach me what you meant to me. Is this your answer? Are you trying to tell me that I'm replaceable since I'm just another Lindere who's destined to give you their blood? Is that it?
왜 그렇게 생각하시죠?
Then why aren't you drinking my blood? I like how she's angry about this. I'm the only one who can give you blood. That's what I'm supposed to mean to you. Even the thought of him not needing me made my chest hurt. I didn't want to cry, but as soon as I was done speaking, my vision blurred.
그래서 당신은 언제까지고 저를 휘두를 수밖에 없는 겁니다.
Through my foggy eyes, I could see Charlie looking down and muttering something under his breath. What?
하비는 아마 알고 있었겠죠. 심리학을 배워서 그런지 눈치는 빠르더군요. 제가 당신에게 어떤 감정을 품고 있는지 말입니다.
I mean, it was not very subtle. I don't think you really needed a degree in psychology to figure that one out.
사실은 아무데도 가지 못하게 당신을 가둬놓고 아무도 손댈 수 없게 만들고 싶었습니다. 그렇게 아무도 보지 않는 곳에서 이 저주받은 송곳니를 마음껏 드러내고 그 모든 피를 전부 탐하고 싶은 이 욕망까지도요. 설사 그로 인해 당신의 목숨이 사라진다 해도 그것이 나로 인한 결말이었다면 기뻐했을 겁니다. 제가 온전히 당신을 가졌다는 증거일 테니까요.
Okay. His eyes were gleaming as he made a sweet smile that was in contrast to what came out of his mouth not too long ago. The saccharine smile made me think of what you said before was all a dream. Like, you just want me for my blood?
이렇게라도 당신을 독점하고 싶은 제 마음을 아가씨는 모르겠죠. 저를 제외한 뱀파이어들이 당신에게 다가갈 때마다 제가 얼마나 필사적으로 참고 있는지를
That's probably why he has zero chill towards the
손대는
others.
것조차 아까워서 저는 쉽사리 마시지도 못하는 당신의 피가 그들의 목을 적실 때마다 갈증조차 잊어버릴 정도로 맹렬하게 타오르는 이 유치한 질투심을 제가 몇 번이고 억눌렀는지 말입니다.
Yeah, I think he's definitely jealous. Charlie. I got choked up from listening to his monologue on how he wanted to suck me dry. I've never once heard Charlie's honest feelings like this.
다 아가씨가 절 이렇게 만든 겁니다. 그저 스쳐 지나갈 뿐이었던 린들과의 영예에게 제가 이렇게까지 빠질 거라고 생각하지 못했으니까요. 하지만 당신은 분명 버티지 못하겠죠. 인간은 나약하고 부서지기 쉬운 존재이니 이런 제 마음을 받아주다가는 당신이 망가지게 될 겁니다. 저는
Charlie. Tell Charlie drink your blood. Tell Charlie you feel the same way. If you want to drink me so bad, have a sip. Sending my non-weeb friends homicide for gifts in Discord feels right. Homicide for gifts. Homicide for gifts are fun. They're very cute. Especially like in the homicide for Discord. I'm like, oh, it's so nice to see all the gifts that people come up with. I cut him off and revealed my bare shoulder again with a hand I freed while he was distracted.
아가씨, 이제까지 제가 말한 건 허투루 들으신 겁니까?
No, I understood.
그렇게도 일찍 죽고 싶으셨나요?
Drink my blood, Charlie. Charlie's threats were gonna work on me anymore. I ignored his comment and continued. Do whatever your heart tells you.
뭐라고요?
If you want me to yourself, do it. If you want my blood, take it.
아가씨,
That's what I want. You said you wanted me, but that goes the same for me as well. If I'm the only person you've ever felt this way about, I'll gladly die at your hands. That would prove that I have your entire heart. Charlie's eyes widened as I spoke, and he eventually understood my feelings, and he hugged me from behind.
아무래도 제 육아 방식을 되짚어봐야 할 것 같군요.
Don't say it that way. It feels weird when he's like, yes, I raised you.
이렇게까지 목숨을 함부로 하라고 가르친 적은 없었던 것 같은데.
You did nothing wrong, Charlie. It's my fault for failing to become an upstanding human being.
그건 아니에요. 자식이 엇나가는 데에는 부모의 책임이 큰 법이죠.
You're not my parent, Charlie.
그러네요.
Charlie gently pursed his lips against the nape of my neck. The area where his lips brushed past burned up, spreading the warmth throughout my body.
멋대로 이런 감정을 당신에게 품고 결국에는 죽일지도 모른다는데 무서운 줄을 모르고 모든 걸 제게 맡겨버린 당신이 이토록 사랑스럽게 여겨지는 걸 보니
The long-awaited pain on my nape made me quietly moan. That pain soon turned into pleasure coursing through my heated body.
드디어 당신의 모든 것을 가지게 되는 순간이 오는군요.
Why the neck? The neck is sexier. Sure, the wrist got easier access to veins, but I mean, like, there's a lot of like you like go if you like bite into the wrong vein, I think you could actually just bleed out and die. So I guess the neck is close enough, but it's just harder that way, I guess. Despite it not being the first time, the sensation of warm liquid rushing out of my body felt new and different. Was it because Charlie, who treated me with the utmost care, was having his way with me?
한 모금 마신 것만으로도 이렇게나 채워지는 기분이 들다니 당신이 얼마나 나를 만족시켜주는 존재인지 이 시간이 영원하기를 간절히.
Oh, Charlie. My body trembled as the tip of my limbs went cold. Charlie stopped for a moment, noticing my twitching, but I straightened my grip on his hand and told him, "Don't stop. Keep indulging in me as much as you want." Every time his breath grazed my neck, I felt weaker and weaker as my mind started going blank. Are we dying? However, I've never felt this complete. I tightly held his hand as I let go of my consciousness. I knew I woke up at some point, but my body didn't budge, as if I was paralyzed. Well, we didn't die, at least. Ugh. The headache from the day before was due to overdrinking, and today it was being overdrained of blood. However, I was taken aback by a different fact I realized. I'm alive. I thought I might die, but it seems that Charlie managed to stop himself at the end.
일어나셨나 보군요.
Charlie. A very raspy voice came out of my mouth, which made it difficult to believe that it was my own. His voice was coming from right next to me, so I barely turned my head to the other side, only to find Charlie lying down on the bed looking at me. Why are you lying here?
기억을 못 하신다니 아쉽군요. 저는 어젯밤 내내 당신 옆에 있었는데요.
Oh yeah, he doesn't sleep, so I guess he just like lies there and just stares at you. What? Really?
그래도 일찍 눈을 떠서 다행입니다. 오늘 하루는 아무것도 하지 말고 그냥 쉬세요. 철분이 많은 음식을 좀 만들어 왔으니 먹을 수 있을 만큼 천천히 드세요.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. I could feel some strength coming back to my body as we exchanged a few words. I managed to lift my upper body and he helped me up the rest of the way.
방문을 잠그지 않아도
Wait, is it? I'm pleased. It's pleasing not have to worry about you leaving without locking the door.
다시 그렇게 불러드리길 원하시나요?
That you prefer how he calls you now? That you're not quite used to it. Oh, you call me by the name. More personal, right? Honestly, it was kind of concerning how my heart started to beat too fast. I still wanted him to continue. It made me feel like we became even closer, having crossed the space that we've been keeping between us for so long. Okay, I mean, this feels like, I guess, a natural progression. It's not like a sudden realization of feelings. It's more like, it's been there the whole time. Now I want you to call me by my name. Again. I love hearing the same gentle tone in his voice, no matter how many times I ask for him to call my name. I blankly stared at his beautiful silver hair that was shining under the sunlight. What happened last night feels like a dream. I didn't know you had those feelings for me.
그건 곤란하군요.
Huh? Oh. It's all the ridges of the fingers. Oh, peak romance. I like the CG of him. He looks very nice in it. However, I could tell it meant something different from before.
저는 어젯밤 일을 거짓말로 끝낼 생각이 없습니다.
Charlie.
이토록 소중한 것을 이제야 손에 넣게 되었으니 다시는 놓치지 않을 겁니다. 설령 당신이 저를 놓치는 한이 있더라도 쫓아가서 이 손을 또 붙잡을 거고요. 피로 맺어진 계약보다 더 진한 강제성을 가지는 것이 있다면
He took his lips off my hand and looked up at me. I could feel the warm, glowing red eyes that were taking me in.
상호 합의로 맺어진 우리의 인연이겠죠.
Aw, the bond of mutual understanding. Is it?
그렇죠. 당신은 이제 저에게서 평생 벗어날 수 없을 테죠. 말 그대로 당신의 시간이 다하는 날까지요. 아니, 당신의 시간이 다한다 하더라도 존재가 희미해지는 그날까지 저는 당신을 기억하고 살아갈 겁니다.
Oh, it's always like the tragic part, you know, when you have the immortal or long-living creature or race paired with like a regular human. That's always like the sad part of it. Very bittersweet.
그렇게 영원한 시간을 살아가겠죠.
That sounds too cruel.
그런 건 신경 쓰지 않으셔도 됩니다. 운명을 선택할 때는 반드시 찾아올 테니까요.
I could not understand the meaning of Charlie's mysterious smile. As my heart was working harder than usual, I heard a small knock from outside. I forgot about Louise, that she's still here.
루이스가 드디어 녹화하는 습관을 들였군요.
Wow, not... Can't let that one go, can you, Charlie?
하지만 지금은 아직 준비가 되지 않았으니 급한 일이 아니라면 조금 있다가 다시 오세요.
Of course, okay.
루이스,
Charlie called Louise right as well she was about to leave.
손님이 오신 건 아닌 것 같고 무슨 일인지 먼저 보고만 해주세요.
It's just a letter.
착신인이 누구죠?
Well, I'm not sure. Nothing's written on it except her ladyship's name. I just brought it in as I found it in the mailbox this morning.
또 누군가의 장난인가? 위험할지도 모르니 저에게 바로 주세요.
Oh, who's the letter from? Is it her stalker? Charlie pondered for a brief moment before he opened the door and received the letter from Louise. Are you going to open it?
확인해야죠.
Okay. Why there's a razor blade or is like a strange threat letter like last time? That's like the first thing I thought of. Why there's like a razor in it?
그럼 확인하고 버리면 되죠. 어차피 이 정도 편지 안에 들어있는 것이라면 별거 아닐 확률이 더 높죠. 다친다 해도 당신의 피를 조금만 마시면 얼마든지 나을 테니 걱정할 필요는 없어요.
He just has no fear. He's like, I don't care. Just hand it over. I would normally wouldn't be too worried, but it's the night of the full moon today. Oh yeah, because his injuries take longer to heal as well. However, my concerns did not stop him from opening the envelope and taking out the letter within.
평범한 편지군요.
What does it say? I couldn't tell if Charlie was excited or shocked from the letter, and I became curious. Letter from hell? My dear Charlie, come find the last piece I left for you. This beautiful night of the full moon, if you come visit me, I will show you my respects in return. Catch me if you can. And... what's that? A small object that was inside the envelope fell onto Charlie's hand. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but Charlie used his other hand to quickly cover my eyes.
보지 않는 게 좋을 것 같군요.
What is it? What? Why?
성인 여자의 손톱이거든요.
Ew! Ew! The short memory of the falling object flashed before my eyes, and an indescribable, repulsive feeling filled my throat.
괜찮나요?
Charlie, no words were required for us both to understand that this was a challenge made by the culprit we were so desperately looking for. It's gonna be Felix. I feel like the final showdown has to be with Felix. There's no way that Charlie was not going to go see the culprit, even after this letter. And if he went, I was not going to stay behind in this mansion. Charlie, why don't we tell Aaron or Harvey about this? It is the night of the full moon. Something bad might happen if you go alone. We should maybe get some help.
잊어버렸습니까? 그 사람들도 전부 저에게서 태어난 뱀파이어들이라는 것을. 오늘 보름달의 영향을 받는 건 저뿐만이 아닙니다.
Oh right, everyone has a debuff. Who'll be affected the most?
알고 있습니다. 그래서 더 문제죠. 저는 그들에게 제 약점을 스스로 노출할 생각이었고 또 게다가 진범은 제게 도전장을 보내지 않았습니까? 친애하는 찰리 선생이라면서 친히 제 이름을
gotta
언급할
be
정도로
Felix.
말이죠.
Say that you still want to tell the others. Say that you're worried about him. We're worried about you. You have a debuff. I did expect him to be stubborn knowing his personality, so I thought it'd be best to tell him my honest feelings rather than think of more solutions. I'm just worried about you, Charlie.
알고 있습니다. 제가 언제 당신이 원하는 대로 하지 않았던 적이 있나요? 상처 없이 무사히 안전하게 사태를 마무리할 테니.
Okay, I don't think it'll be that easy. I couldn't keep pressing it, so I stopped trying to convince him. But would it be okay if I were to ask them to help me, right? I made a note to myself to write a letter for Aaron and Harvey and hide it before leaving. First, I decided to wait until the time to meet. During the brief moment Charlie was absent, I was on my way to the study to hide a letter and...
아, 아가씨.
What is Felix doing in our mansion? I heard a familiar voice, only to find Felix, who seemed to have brought the batch of desserts for tomorrow. What have you brought today?
체리 푸딩 케이크요.
He really likes that pudding cake.
아가씨가 시식하실 때까지 기다려볼까 했는데 그냥 저택에 납품해버리기로 했어요. 한 번만 드셔보면 분명 알게 되실 거예요.
Oh, I see.
아, 사실은 시식용으로 한 조각 더 챙겨가지고 왔는데
I don't trust like that.
지금 한번 드셔보세요.
No. I was in the mood, but I remember how I turned down his offer multiple times before. I was fine any other time, but for some reason the cherry pudding cake was the only one I haven't gotten around to try yet. I don't want to reject him another time, so I'll try a bite. I think that's a bad idea. With that in mind, I stuck the fork into the piece of the cake on the plate he was holding out. Perhaps just one bite.
당신을 위해서 만든 거니까요.
I don't trust this. I took the ripe, red cherry, and took a bite. It tasted a lot more flavorful than I expected. My, this is amazing. It's a little tart, but sweet and smooth. Why haven't you sent this to the estate before?
마음에 들어요?
I do. Please continue sending these to the estate.
그럴게요.
He sounds off. I feel like he's so suspicious right now. Felix smiled, and I was about to put my fork down after a satisfying meal when... Oh no! Why is the food always drugged? I lost control of my body, my vision blurred, and my legs gave way. Oh, come on. It's always the drugged food. This is like... Man. Some deja vu here. I was about to collapse as Felix very naturally caught me before I hit the ground.
맛있었죠, 아가씨.
I don't trust. Felix, why you drug my food? Why do we keep eating drugged food in games? My tongue was numb. The unchanging tone of his voice, despite the shocking situation, was extremely ominous.
앞으로도 제가 계속 대접해드릴게요.
No.
지금까지 그래왔던 것처럼요.
Careful, I'm Lindere. I couldn't instinctively tell why he was here. However, I was so sleepy that I couldn't lift a finger and couldn't keep my eyes open. Charlie, help! I'm being drugged. The name failed to leave my mouth and I lost all consciousness. God, it's always the drugged food. We gotta stop eating. We gotta stop eating things that are made by handsome men. It's like, God. It was long ago we encountered Lindere, and here we are once again. Oh, hi, Soul Kingdom creator. I feel like we're almost at the end. It's been pretty long journey. We're almost there. Felix has been super sus, and I'm pretty sure Felix is like, yeah, full on Lindere now. I abruptly woke up as if I was showered with ice cold water. What's happened? Why was I asleep? Where's Charlie? What happened to the killer? Contrary to my racing thoughts, my body was stiff. I could barely get my head up to look around.
아, 이제 정신이 들어요?
Felix, I trusted you with your delicious desserts. Felix! I was about to get up, but something was holding me down. Looking around, I found out that I was on a chair, and a tight rope was wrapped around my body, holding me down. I'm like, he's gotta be a killer. There's no other person here in this game that could be the killer except Felix. What's happening? Having a difficult time understanding the situation, I heard a small groaning sound coming from beside me. Oh, some other woman? Excuse me, are you alright? I saw another girl tied up next to me whose head was bleeding. Born in a noble house, I've experienced plenty of attempts at kidnapping or ambushes. The attempts occasionally succeeded, and I was actually in danger like I was now. Normally, I would have firmly trusted Charlie to come save me and for the situation to be resolved quickly. However, it was night of the full moon, the person who kidnapped me was Felix, and there was another injured hostage. Yes, but no bueno. Situation not good. But who is this person? I feel like I've seen her before. I tried my best to match her face to my memory, but nothing came up.
와, 역시 아가씨예요. 이런 상황에도 전혀 놀라지 않으시네요.
Felix, what's the meaning of this? Felix, what happened? I saw the glint of the silver knife in his hand as I asked calmly.
아가씨, 있잖아요. 기억나세요? 제가 아직 분가의 태생으로 콜 가문의 시종을 하고 있을 때 린델가에 처음 인사를 하러 갔었죠. 그때 주머니에서 떨어뜨린 스콘을 아가씨가 우연히 주워서 먹어주셨던 그때부터
Oh, we ate food that was dropped on the floor.
저는 당신을 위해서 그 어떤 것이라도 하리라고 결심했어요.
Okay, yeah, 100% confirmed and daring here. Why do I always like the red flags, man? I don't blame you, honestly. I've fallen into this trap so many times with other games where I'm like, ooh, I like this potential love interest. His route looks fun, and he turns out to be full-blown Yandere. That's it. Deranged. Jade. Jade is a complicated case. I feel like Jade could be full Yandere, but he's like he's a kind of a weird thing. He's like not the obsessive type. He's just in this like he's like a more weirder case. Still would.
분가 출신이라는 이유만으로 모든 사람이 다 저를 무시했을 때 오직 아가씨만이 제 재능을 인정해줬죠. 그렇게 해서 카페 아모르체를 얻게 됐을 때 얼마나 가슴이 떨렸는지 아가씨는 모르셨을 거예요.
No, I do. I remember how elated you were after acquiring the rights to your shop.
아, 그렇겠네요. 저를 이 자리까지 데려와 주신 분이니까요. 하긴 모를 리가 없죠.
He smiled, reminiscing the past, and continued in a calm tone.
저는 당신이 항상 제 케이크를 먹으며 환하게 웃는 그 순간들이 좋았어요. 그래서 항상 웃게 해주고 싶었죠.
Okay, good intentions. Bad
아가씨를
execution.
우울하게 만드는 모든 것들은 다 이 세상에서 지워주고 싶었어요.
You became more and more infuriated as if you were remembering something repulsive.
매일같이 아가씨가 구호물자로 보낸 물건을 팔아다가 술 사는 데 썼던 여자.
To sell the relief supplies to buy alcohol. Ooh.
아가씨가 보낸 음식을 공짜로 받아 먹으면서도 맛이 없다고 맨날 투덜거리며 욕하던 여자. 아가씨와 가장 가까운 곳에 있으면서도 당신이 아가씨다운 품위가 전혀 없다면서 부끄러워하던 그 여자까지도.
Oh shit, yeah, Felix is 100% the killer, guys. And he's just a straight up psychopath. What?
그리고 이 여자는 아가씨 눈앞에서 당신을 험담하던 바로 그 여자예요. 겁도 없이 바로 제 카페에서 말이에요.
Oh my god, he's crashing out. the moment I finally remembered. Is that the Lindere hair? She looks like every other girl out there. The rumors of her beauty must have been a lie. Oh yeah, that one time. She's here to get scones all by herself. It's obvious her employees don't even work properly. Wasn't it her maid that got murdered recently? Terrifying. Oh yeah, this is when we were buying scones for Aaron, I think. Yeah. It was the day I got scones and biscuits for Aaron, yes. I remember this too. Right after Charlie was released. That's a pretty wild reason for killing all those women. Seemed it to be the women who was slandering me behind my back. Realizing that, I came to a shocking conclusion. Then Felix, you killed Mary? No, it can't be.
그 여자는 죽어 마땅했어요.
What, just an offhand comment?
말이 안 되잖아요. 아가씨는 그 누구보다도 아름다운데. 그거 아세요? 심지어 이 여자는 백작가로 들어가야 하는 고급 밀가루를 빼돌리려고 했어요. 내가 당신을 위해 만들어야 하는 그 케이크에 들어갈 밀가루를 말이에요. 정말 악독한 죄질이지 않아요?
Oh my god.
이 정도 죄는 대체 어느 정도 벌을 줘야 할지 도저히 감이 잡히지 않아요.
That's like those seem like such petty reason. He's at like a level 20 and we need him to dial back to an under 10.
얼굴을 갈기갈기 찢어놓은 후에 내장을 전부 꺼내서 가족들에게 던져줘야 할까요?
You've already murdered her.
아, 살아있는 동안에 심장을 꺼내어 굶주린 개들에게 던져주는 것도 좋겠어요. 그러면 본인이 얼마나 끔찍한 죄를 저지른 건지 죽는 순간까지 참회할 수 있을 테니.
Stop it, Felix. Don't say another word. Every word that came out of his mouth was horrifying, and I couldn't hear any more of it. My head hurt and my eyes were spinning. I felt like I could spill out everything inside my stomach.
하지만 아가씨 용서해 주세요. 저는 오늘 이기적인 일을 벌이고야 말았어요. 그저 당신이 행복하기만을 바라는 사람이 아니라 저는 질투심에 미쳐 있는 남자였다는 걸 깨달았거든요.
No, really. You don't say. You don't say. Yeah, that makes sense now. I'm like, yeah, every time we decide to eat his cake, we get a bad end. And I mean, this kind of explains it. And not to mention the fact that that bad ending where he literally stabbed Harvey to death. I'm like, yeah, very jealous. No kidding. What? Wait, are you the one who sent Charlie that letter? What are you thinking?
곧 알게 될 거예요.
A chill ran down my spine as Felix smiled with eyes full of twisted obsession. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's the right word we're looking for sure. He's not just jealous. He's just straight up psychotic and full on obsessed. And at that moment, Morse's door opened.
당신이었군요, 펠릭스 콜.
The vampire that quietly revealed himself was glaring at him with hostile crimson red eyes like never before.
너무 늦게 온 거 아니에요? 찰리.
그이 닥치는 게 좋을 거예요. 눈 깜빡할 사이에 죽고 싶지 않다면 오늘의 난 조금 성급할 거고 예민하고 또 폭력적일 수도 있거든요.
그래요? 그럼 찰리가 지치기 전에 빨리 본론으로 들어가야겠네요.
Completely unfazed by Charlie's intimidating aura, Felix put his knife against my throat with a smile.
당신이 그토록 사랑하는 아가씨를 구하고 싶다면 저 여자를 죽여요.
What? Why are you trying to kill me? The moment I heard Felix's words, it felt like all the blood was leaving my body. Because
설마 그걸 협박이라고 한 건 아니겠죠?
that was such an easy task for Charlie. Oh man. Oh, I love how she's just like, no, don't tell him that, because he'll definitely kill the other woman. It'd be like, oh, it's like, if you want to save your beloved Lucille, you must kill the other woman. And Charlie's like, okay. Charlie, no, don't do it. Down, boy. He was instantly about to grab the throat of the woman, and I shouted with everything I had. Don't sacrifice an innocent person so easily. Felix tutted quietly and rushed toward Charlie. Oh, I thought he avoided it. No, the normal Charlie would have definitely been able to avoid it. Here comes the stabby. The short moan he let out made me realize that things did not work out in the way he wanted them to.
오랜만에 맛보는군요. 몸을 관통하는 이런 감각.
Charlie, are you okay? How hurt are you?
괜찮습니다. 살짝 스친 것뿐이니까요.
Sure, only a flesh wound. Unlike his words, he looked more and more in pain as time passed. I was one blink away from shedding tears, so I tried to keep my eyes as wide open as I could. Why isn't his injury mending? Charlie grabbed onto his bleeding side, smirked and looked toward the knife that Felix was holding.
언제부터 눈치채고 있었죠?
역시나 당신 인간이 아니었구나. 그런 존재에게는 은으로 만든 것이 치명적이라던데 진짜인가 보네?
Felix waved his knife around and laughed maniacally, seemingly having been aware of Charlie's identity. And Charlie,
정말이지 뱀파이어보다 사람이 더하다니까요.
with an exasperated laugh, closed the distance between him and Felix.
이쯤 되면 그냥 제 손으로 죽여도 괜찮겠죠, 아가씨?
Charlie twisted Felix's arm and made him drop the knife, and before Felix could retaliate, he lifted him up by the neck with immense strength. Felix was struggling and choking, face red, and Charlie just stood there. Ah, typical Charlie. Charlie's really going to kill him.
죽여. 어차피 당신은 아가씨와 절대 함께할 수 없을 테니.
I could see the worst case scenario playing in my head as soon as I heard Felix's words. Charlie, put Felix down now.
왜 그래야 하죠? 이런 짐승만도 못한 놈도 알고 지냈던 사람이라서 그런 겁니까?
You can't go to jail again, Charlie. We already bailed you out once.
정도 적당히 하시죠. 당신이 자비를 베풀 만한 가치가 있는 존재가 아닙니다.
No, this is all a trap.
죽여!
Even in pain, Felix seemed to be having fun, shouting and spewing blood while laughing. The night of the full moon and the blood that kept running down from his injury that wouldn't heal. Charlie was possessed by his instincts and could not think straight. He did not let go of Felix. Felix was sure to die at this rate. I approached Charlie while we were probably cried and shouted out for us. I don't think the second option is gonna work that well for us, to be honest. I'm just gonna save right here. Yeah, I don't think number 2 is gonna work. So let's try to approach Charlie. Why am I tied up in a situation like this? I couldn't stay still anymore, so I desperately moved the chair to get closer to Charlie. Charlie! I squirmed and dragged the chair with me, making the chair bang against the ground. And then the chair toppled over the side and I fell to the ground. Wow. Charlie dropped Felix, who was unconscious, and ran over to me. He ripped off the rope that was tying me to the chair and he freed the woman next to me as well.
죄송합니다. 제가
The blood from his torso was dripping onto the ground, but the first thing that came out of his mouth was an apology. He stumbled for a moment, having lost his strength, and I caught his shoulder before he fell. Charlie, are you alright? You're bleeding so much. I've never seen this before. What do I do? I didn't want to cry at a time like this, but the tears kept coming up, and I shook my head. I was disappointed and disgusted by how helpless I was, despite having to stay rational given the current events. I mean, we did pretty good for the unfortunate situation we were in.
말했지 않습니까? 뱀파이어도 무적이 아니라고요.
Quit joking around. Bring my blood, quickly.
그럴 수 없습니다.
What? This isn't the time for that.
오늘 밤은 마늘이고 저는 지금 이럴 때 당신의 피를 탐하면 어떻게 될지 본인이 가장 잘 알고 있을 텐데요. 어제도 충분히 겪어봤지 않나요? 저는 절대로 피를 마시지 않을 겁니다.
It's someone else's if you don't want to drink mine. I'll bring other people for you to drink, or even animals.
그럴 필요 없어요. 저는
Oh my god.
당신의 피가 아니면 마시지 않을 겁니다.
Charlie, now's not the time to be picky.
그게 바로 우리가 맺은 피의 계약이고요. 일단은 저택으로 돌아가시죠. 조금 쉬다 보면 괜찮아질
You just
겁니다.
want to sleep off your flesh wound? I cannot believe. I became upset with Charlie's unending stubbornness. I reached out both my arms to bring his head closer to my neck. I don't care. Just start drinking. I know you can control it, like you always have. If I don't trust you, who will? I'm not going anywhere until you drink my blood. I could faintly hear the sound of police whistles from far away, as if they were rushing us. Perhaps this was another part of Felix's plan, or someone's way of setting us hell. Either was fine. I kept crying and hugging Charlie within the chaos of the cafe. The blood, equally red for all creatures, was drenching the floor, and I couldn't breathe from the anxiety. Please, just drink my blood. Charlie. I was practically begging at this point, and Charlie let out a quiet laugh. His breath lightly tickled my exposed shoulder.
정말 아가씨를 이길 수가 없군요. 당신이 원하신다면 저는 그렇게 할 수밖에 없겠죠.
With that statement, I felt a sharp sting on my shoulders. I was swept away by the sensation that was invading my body faster than usual. I kept my arms around Charlie even as I closed my eyes.
이래서 제가 당신을
Oh, that's his first.
사랑할 겁니다.
That was his first I love you. Aw. I was about to lose my consciousness. I felt like I heard Charlie's bittersweet confession for the first time. Ending one? Oh, on the day that the true culprit of the serial murders that shook London was caught, the police were able to come to remorse thanks to Harvey, who rushed after reading the letter I left. Good call, MC. You had the letter written in advance. He was prepared. Felix was arrested and soon admitted to all the terrible crimes he had committed, but he never confessed to his motives. Aaron, who had returned to the force after the case was resolved, speculated that it was to keep me out of the investigation. He committed a crime that was irreversible, but it made me feel more complicated thinking that it was caused by me. It's nice outside. After that day, Harvey left the mansion, saying how he would return to his place since his ability won't be needed anymore. I was sad to see him go, but Charlie was smiling so widely as Harvey left the estate, so I couldn't let Harvey stay. Charlie's just standing there being like, thank God that guy's finally leaving.
창문을 너무 오래 열어두고 있는 것 같습니다만.
It's alright, the sunlight is quite nice. I'll open it for a little while longer. Charlie and I spent most of our time inside the mansion, quietly letting some time pass. It was for our rest and recovery, but it was also so that the rumors of us being seen at Armars would die down. I've checked all the documents here. Do I have to check all the other ones today?
그럼요. 아직도 멀었습니다.
No matter how much I wanted to rest, there's so much work to be done by the Linderes to better Laker Street. I had to check if there's anything I could do for the starving children on the streets. If there's anything I could do for the women who are walking the streets at night. The world was full of unresolved issues, but people were still trying their best to make ends meet.
그래도 한 답을 마무리했으니 잠깐 쉬죠. 나른한 오후니 잠도 깰 겸 페퍼민트 차를 준비했습니다.
Ooh, peppermint tea. Very nice digestive tea. Alright, thank you. I was reminded of the desserts I used to eat every day during our 3 o'clock tea time, but now Felix has been arrested, so we don't get any more dessert. Oh, and Morris ended up closing, but we could not completely cut ties with the Coles. They've had quite a long relationship with the Linderes, and his father came to the mansion, went down on his knees and begged. Because of Felix, no one would purchase desserts from the Coles, but the remaining family members had to find a way to make money. Even if the rest of London were to ignore them, I couldn't neglect the Coles.
조만간 새로운 디저트를 납품해줄 곳을 찾아봐야겠군요.
Oh, we had such a good dessert place, but he was cray-cray and got arrested, so we can't eat there anymore. Yeah. For a second I lost control over my fingers and the cup slid out of my hand and fell on the ground. No, not another cup shattered. I'm sorry.
신경 쓰지 마세요. 어차피 싸구려 컵이었으니까요.
I was told that I was asleep and didn't wake up at all for a few days, probably from being overdrained by Charlie. I can still remember how relieved Charlie looked when I managed to open my eyes. I've overcome several crises, but I've never seen such an expression from Charlie, so it was quite refreshing. Afterwards, I suffered from some odd after effects, but that was becoming more and more stable.
파편을 버리고 오죠.
I allowed a small sigh while he went away. Even though the case was solved and we expressed our feelings for one another, Charlie still served me as my butler. I occasionally wondered if that night was just a dream and the only thing that was confirming that it wasn't was the fact that he no longer called me my lady. Why wasn't he trying to get closer to me? That was the question I was asking myself recently. That night, I lied down after getting ready for bed, and Charlie was there right next to me like it was nothing.
이제 잘까요?
Sure. I carefully moved into his embrace, hugging him with my arms. Charlie chuckled as he was interacting with a child and hugged me back. Why is it? I couldn't stop wondering. He wants to learn to bake. But she will still have her treats. I mean, yeah, she's gotta get her desserts now, right? What else she's gonna eat for 3 o'clock tea time? I thought our relationship developed into something different. Why isn't Charlie doing anything? The frustration I was building up was about to explode, and I unconsciously tightened my squeeze.
아무래도 아가씨가 제 허리를 두 동강 내고 싶으신 모양이군요.
Don't call me that.
어? 제가 또 아가씨라고 불렀나요? 이제까지 매일 그렇게 했더니 아직 습관이 덜 고쳐졌나 보네요.
Charlie. I couldn't take it anymore, so I abruptly got up and shot daggers at him. What is this?
뭐가 말이죠? 앞뒤 주어가 없으니 무슨 말씀이신지 이해를 못하겠습니다만.
You love me. I shouted without hesitation.
네, 그렇죠?
Why aren't you doing anything? You even see me as a woman. Fine, I was weak and I was recovering for a while. But now you're sleeping next to me, you're not even drinking my blood. I was speaking without thinking and quickly stopped myself as I realized where it was going. Charlie, with a smile across his face, looked up at me.
다른 거요?
I knew he was asking, well, fully aware of what it meant. I had no intention of explaining. I'm the only heir of the Linderes. I won't stoop so low as to answer that.
저를 봐요.
I heard Charlie call for me, but I turned my head and lied back down, pretending like I didn't hear him.
단단히 심술이 났나 보네요.
I'm not being grumpy. I'm just...
알겠습니다. 그러니까 이제 날 봐요.
Surprised by a change in tone, I turned to him, and his face was right in front of mine. His almost transparent, clear skin that was showing between his unbuttoned shirt made me inhale sharply.
불과
Whoa,
얼마 전에
so
일어났던 일도
revealing.
잊어버린 겁니까?
What do you mean?
전 당신을 몇 번이나 죽일 뻔했어요. 그런데도 제게
Maybe she's
그
into
이상을
that.
바란다고요? 아니, 제가 감히 그 이상을 당신에게 바라다니 말도 안 되는 일이죠.
I could tell by his serious expression how much anguish he must have went through. We had so much more time to spend together besides the night of the full moon. So he had to think about the future a lot more carefully. However, as I reached that conclusion, I couldn't help but laugh. Hey Charlie, what are you afraid of? You've been in existence for so long and you were worried at the thought that you were going to kill me?
그래요.
You feeling something? I mean, that deep V shirt is definitely doing something.
그렇게나 긴 세월을 살아왔기 때문에 아는 겁니다. 제 목숨보다 소중한 사람 한 명을 잃는 게 얼마나 괴롭고 슬픈 일인지. 만에 하나 당신이 제 저주받은 운명으로 인해 죽게 됐을 때 저는 또 얼마나 긴 시간을 홀로 죄책감에 사로잡혀 살아가게 될지.
That does seem like an issue. He's got a lot of years left with angst. I became sad, feeling that the distant future I was trying to avoid thinking about was suddenly right in front of my eyes.
그래서 당신이 제대로 준비가 될 때까지 그리고 저 자신을 컨트롤할 수 있다고 확신이 들 때까지 기다리려고 했던 겁니다. 당신의 감정에 휘말려서 또다시 그런 일을 겪게 할 수는 없으니까요.
Oh, Charlie. What he said made sense. I could understand his point of view, but... Charlie, I want you to focus on the present rather than worry about the future. People are weak and fragile, like you said, but we cannot constantly live in fear of what might happen. Our lifespan isn't that long, and today will never come back once it's gone. So I want you to hug me and express how much you love me. Then it'll make me happy right now, and I'll be able to say that I love you back. Like all the sojo filters in this scene. Seeing Stowe's anxiety was slightly relieved. Charlie made a gentle smile and continued talking in a loving tone.
그 말도 맞군요. 제가 너무 오랜 시간을 살다 보니 현재를 사는 법을 잊어버리고 있었나 봅니다.
Right?
우리 아가씨는 언제 이렇게 저보다 현명해졌을까요?
I told you, don't call me that.
어쩔 수 없는 겁니다. 당신을 아가씨라고 부르던 시간 또한 지금의 우리 관계를 만드는데 빠질 수 없는 것들이니까요.
How quick to act so haughty.
솔직히 말씀드리면 아직은 당신의 피를 마시지 않을 겁니다. 하지만 그 대신 원하는 만큼 제 마음을 전부 다 보여드리죠. 충분하다고 듣고 싶지 않다고 말해도 이제는 소용없습니다. 절 이렇게 만든 건 당신이니까요.
Just putting the blame on her. Oh, so it's my fault now.
당연한 하죠. 그럼 누구 탓이라고 생각하시는 거죠? 제 품 안에 이렇게나 쉽게 파묻힌 당신을 사랑하게 된 것도, 뱀파이어인 제가 흡혈을 참아야만 하는 것도 다 당신 때문입니다. 심장에 피 한 방울 존재하지 않는 제가 당신과 닿을 때마다 미묘한 두근거림을 느끼는 것도 전부 다 당신이 여기 있기 때문인 겁니다.
It almost sounded like complaining, which was a fitting way for Charlie to express his feelings. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ken, I guess there's no other way. I'll have to take you in and take responsibility.
이미 제 모든 건 당신에게 속해 있었습니다.
With that last comment, he kissed me as if he were someone who had been parched for a long time. I'm like, God, it took so long for you guys to finally kiss. You've like done so much like neck biting and drinking blood, but like, oh my God, it took that long to get this. He wasn't drinking my blood, but it felt like something was being drained from my body. Her soul. I can also describe it like soul being sucked away. Oh, now he's a soul sucker. However, that was what I wanted.
오늘 밤 당신과 함께 할 수 있어서 영광입니다. 나의 아가씨.
Oh, sweet scent started mixing with the intense heat within the dark. Oh my God, we finally made it to the end. We got our ending. If Charlie finally, oh my God, that was a long dream. Wow, that's longer than I expected to be. I have to give like extra shout out to Felix's voice actor because he did a really good job at the end there. So you know what, props to him. I mean, that was cute, you know. That was but I think overall it took like 6 hours to play through because like we were in the common route for some time, and then it was like another hour or so to finish the actual route. No, it was like, I'm pretty sure my last stream was like 2.5 hours plus like 4 here, so like 6.5 hours I would say. Oh my God, why is it so loud? Yeah, I would say that it's like took about 6.5 hours to go through the entirety of the game. But yeah, because chapter 7 is when we got, after chapter 6 we actually got on the route, so it's more like it took a long time to just play through the common. I'm sure like going forward, playing the other routes would be a lot shorter. Maybe just like 2.5 hours or less. Yeah, it was just like setup took forever. I guess it was more. It's like I feel like it's one of those visual novels that have like all the stories connected, right? Or you have like the common route and then it branches off. So yeah, the common route just took a while.
황혼의 유령.
Spent time with like all the guys, right? But it's so funny that Felix is on like the cover because you're like, oh, you know, we can like date Charlie and Aaron and Harvey. Maybe there'll be a route for Felix, and then it, yeah, we found out what happened with Felix there, which was quite unfortunate. To be honest, I was not expecting it at first. I was like, oh, we're trying to find who murdered. Okay, maybe it'll be some random person they'll introduce later, and then. You know, it didn't really click in until the end that Felix was the killer. Honestly, it really was 0.5 Trey. Trey, if he was a Lindere and was like extremely crazy. I can't believe it, guys. The actual killer was just crazy Trey, cray Trey, 0.5 Trey, the whole time. I gotta give, yeah, I was not expecting that, so they really did present him as some nice whatever cafe owner, and then things got really sus. Though to be honest, I wouldn't have even picked up on the fact that he was a crazy Lindere if I didn't get one of the bad endings where like he just kills Harvey. So he was suspicious, but it was like subtly dropped, so I'm like, you know what, I was like, no, he can't be the killer, right? And then near the end, I was like, okay, no, he's definitely the killer. There's something definitely sussy about Felix. So unfortunately, he's not. We can't date him, but yeah, we can date the other guys. And I guess everyone's a vampire. Music died at the moment, yeah. Oh, you know things get serious when the music suddenly stops. It's so funny because at the end of the day, Felix was just a regular human. Even Aaron. Aaron is a vampire too, yes. If that's what you're asking. Aaron, I guess, awakened as a vampire like near the end there. And then yeah, Harvey and Charlie are already vampires to begin with. But I mean, well, Felix got arrested, and I guess you can put an end to all the murders, so it kind of sucks though that Mary died in that way. Then there's this interview with a vampire, yeah. We have the original vampire, Charlie, who we have a blood contract with. And then Harvey is one that Charlie turned into a vampire, but Charlie also turned Aaron into a vampire too. Because apparently half a year ago, Aaron was like, he got like attacked while he was protecting the MC, and then he got attacked, and then he was dying, and then like Charlie gave him his blood. So yeah, both Aaron and Harvey are vampires created by Charlie. Except Aaron's like a baby vampire because he was like dormant for half a year before he suddenly awakened. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened. So that was one part there. So yeah, there was that whole thing with Aaron awakening as a vampire, and he thought like, oh my god, I'm a killer. I'm gonna turn myself in to the police. And then we had to jailbreak him. But we broke him out of jail. That's why he was like chilling at our mansion. And then we convinced him that he was not the killer. And then we found out the real killer was like Felix at the end. There, so yeah, quite eventful. I mean, overall, it was pretty solid game, I would say. Like, it was basically about the same length as I would expect from like a console Otome game. And I liked the voice acting that was in it. It was nice to have the interaction. It was just like your standard solid Otome game, I would say. A little bit of innuendo spice at the end. Of course, nothing revealing, but still sweet, still cute. The only thing that we did not get that I wish we got was an actual kiss CG, because we didn't get that. Because what do we have? Special? Yeah, see, we got like CGs, but I like cool, we'll get the nice fan service. But I'm like, where's the kiss CG? We don't get a kiss CG, so that's the one thing missing, I would say. Art is nice though. I do really enjoy the art. Oh, we have this common. Yeah. Got all. Oh yeah, we fed Aaron some scones. Yeah, so I'm like, no kiss CG though, but otherwise, yeah, I liked it. I'd like to thank this game for letting me be able to date a Butler character again. I missed them. I got Ace's spell 3 to level 10. Oh, congrats. I don't think I even have all my spells at level 10 yet. I think I have them at like, you know, spells 1 and 2 at level 10, but I have very few cards that actually have full 10 across. But that's good accomplishment. I feel like I need to farm more alchemy. And I gotta remember to do all the New Year stuff. But yeah, in any case, this was a pretty long stream. It's 4 hours. I'm glad we reached the end, though it is late now, and I will have to sleep to get up for work tomorrow. So yeah, thank you all for watching. I think for like Q that was here since the beginning, and Soul Kingdom creator for yeah, popping in at the end there. So I hope, yeah, thank you. I hope you have a good day and night as well on your end, and see you next time. So, night night everyone. Until next time, it's Koamio, clocking out. Bye bye.